community. Please allow me to introduce to you the one you've known for all these years, your Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Black Plague.
The Black Swan. Karl Popper originated it. The idea that if you assert that all swans are white, you only need to show one black swan to debunk that as a claim. Now in the case of our
Black Swan, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
We showed that where you would assert way called Earth curve, we can show that the hill that's supposed to be in the way of a set of oil rigs,
not Q,
isn't in the way of it. It's behind it. It's behind it.
Not Q, therefore not P.
Hill in the way called Earth curve,
not Q, therefore not P. Therefore not P. Not P.
So based on that premise, demonstrated in the image we call
Black Swan,
we form a logical consistency argument.
Modus Tollens. Holy shnikes, this is going to leave a mark.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles,
if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P,
then every distance to horizon measurement,
then any horizon distance measurement must be,
could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
No more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height
as laid down
here
in the begging
then
the
any
question
horizon
proof
distance
of nothing
measurement
perspective
must be,
hijacking Earth curve calculation. Then every
you would
distance
use
to
to make
horizon
that
measurement. Meanwhile, in the Black Swan image, the horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
not Q,
Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve.
not Q,
You don't understand.
The horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
not Q,
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You just
Then every
don't
distance to horizon measurement.
not Q. Why? Because the horizon distance was greater than
The horizon's
9.41
behind
miles.
the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
Not Q,
Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve edge horizon in the form of,
not Q, therefore not P.
and the Earth is not a sphere.
Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere.
Earth has no Earth curve edge horizon in the form of,
Therefore not P.
and the Earth is not a sphere.
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P. Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles,
Therefore not P.
and the Earth is not a sphere.
Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere.
understand.
The Black Swan.
You don't understand.
If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not
Not
P.
my problem if you don't want to learn. You just don't know.
Because that's what physical bridges that obscure fire hydrants do. Yeah, they don't do that.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no
Demonstrably not blowing up to vast times bigger than you'd have to have. Yeah, they don't do that.
no reason,
Yeah, they don't do that.
no logic,
Yeah, they don't do
no
that.
answers
Yeah, they don't do
to
that.
questions.
Yeah, they don't do that.
You're just on your own.
Here is the final kill shot.
You only need to show one black swan to debunk that as a claim.
So that's debunked.
Then every distance to horizon measurement.
So that's debunked.
Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve.
So that's debunked. Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. So that's debunked.
Because physical hills don't do that. And if you're saying there's a physical hill blocking boats and buildings, we debunked it in 2020.
So that's debunked.
I thank you.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is a free-for-all Friday, but today we're going to go over a little bit of logic. One of the most basic, simple arguments that can be made. It's called a Modus Tollens. You may have heard of it, but we're going to be going over the actual form of the Modus Tollens. I think it should have been done. It has been done around here, and we've done a fair bit of work into this sort of stuff. Why have I not got? I can't see me chat. I don't know why it's going on. Is that everything okay? Let me just have a. Oh, there you go. Oh. Yes, that's better. Sorry. Thank you. Welcome everyone. I missed the chat today. Modus Tollens special. Mainly around one particular Modus Tollens that I think Flat Earth Society has been given to the Flat Earthers. And whilst not being a Flat Earther, we do study the argument, the form of argument, wanting to learn our rhetoric. Obviously, we've had a lot of conversations with a lot of people, and we think it's only right to let people know about how to benefit from a clearer understanding of argumentation. Obviously, Flat Earthers don't want to learn about this sort of stuff. So, welcome everybody. We have a few people in here. It is Free for All Friday, and the topic will be, a general Modus Tollens. I can go over it, and we'll go over talking about it. I think should we get straight into it? Is everybody all right with that? If we go straight into the actual form of the argument.
Yep.
I don't think many people will really be listening to it, but if anybody does want to go over this in times to come, we are going to be going over the Modus Tollens and using a particular argument to show people how the fallacies can be made within argumentation. A deep dive, if you will, to the basic form of Modus Tollens. We'll try not to get too deep into it. Okay, right, let's see. Let me get you guys. And then I can get. This is from Wikipedia. Modus Tollens. You might be able to just see Modus Tollens at the top there. I don't normally like using Wikipedia, no matter what QE says. I think that's just scripted stuff that QE goes on about. You might hear about it later. But this is the Modus Tollens. Now, I was lucky enough to already have a little bit of understanding of logic before coming into this arena. Since then, no. We had Raven come around, a wonderful character, no longer around here at the minute. Hope you're doing well out there, Raven, wherever you are. But he told us about the trivium, and the trivium has a part of it called logic, where you first learn grammar, and that leads into logic there, and then you learn into rhetoric. Now, these are the stages of development of the mind also. These this learning ability it fits in with the cognitive development of the human. So this is part of the human condition, the trivium. And logic is one of the oldest forms, if you will, because it belongs in this trivium, and this is an education system. I feel that the logic has been taken out of the modern education system. But this argument, I think we were discussing it a little bit earlier. I think this is the most basic form of argument that can be done. And it's more really like a bullshit sniffer, right? This one, because the form of it goes like this: Modus Tollens. I'll read from the Wikipedia, the first paragraph. So it says, in propositional logic, Modus Tollens, also known as Modus Tollendo Tollens, Latin, for method of removing by taking away. Wonderful language that Latins had. And denying the consequent. So that it's known as certain different things within logic. It says it is a deductive argument form and a rule of inference. Modus tollens is a mixed hypothetical syllogism that takes the form of if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. May sound a little bit, but we'll go over that. It is an application of a general truth that if a statement is true, then so is its contrapositive. The form shows that inference from P implies Q to the negation of Q implies the negation of P is a valid argument. So providing you get your P's and Q's in order and correct, then this is a valid form of argumentation. It's a deductive also, which means it's precise. This actually works. So it's valid and deductive. History of it, don't really need to go that. Right, so it works on the fact that you say if P, then Q. So the Q statement is linked to the truth of the P statement. So it implies that the Q statement comes along with the same truth value as the P statement, because Q has to follow from P. And that way you can say not Q, you deny the consequent, the Q statement. And because of that, negation of that one, you can also negate the P statement. So it's a very simple argument form. Now, the beauty of it is that if anybody ever makes a claim, you can place that claim in the P statement. So anybody makes a claim, it becomes the P statement. And then all you need to do is to make sure that the Q statement that comes from the P is actually the consequent of that statement. That's how you are able to falsify the claim. The claim gets places the P statement, and then a negation of the Q statement would also imply negation of the P statement. So you'd be able to say, see, that claim that you just made is invalid, i.e. bullshit. So there are uses to these simple argumentation methods. Now, what we're going to go over tonight is like a development of a thing within a time frame. When we came into this arena, there was an argument made. Somebody called it the black swan, which doesn't really help, because obviously the black swan is another way of invalidating a claim.
May I make a quick correction?
Yes, go on, please.
Because you say only 4 words.
Okay.
Because Aristotle makes distinction between negation and positive or negative, and affirmation and denial. So what you were talking about is affirmation or denial, not negative. It is not negation.
Okay, yeah.
It is denial. It is very important, maybe not in this case, but he makes strict distinctions between affirmation, denial, and positive and negative. There are two different alternatives, and they concern 2 different things. So that's why modus ponendo ponens means affirmation by affirmation, not positive by positive. And also modus tollendo tollens, denial by denial, not negation by negation. 2 different things. So that's my correction.
Yeah,
so it is denial, not negation.
By taking away that in the modus tollendo tollens. But I mean, this is only Wikipedia.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're going to do it later. I just wonder if there's some kind of simple example that you can slot in there to show what those big words you were just using, how they work. I mean, maybe you can do that later, and
Well,
that'll
they've
come
got one
out.
here, but I'm not too sure whether these wiki ones help, right? We've
yeah,
we've
just for
also
those
got
people who don't.
arguments, right? I'll go
Yeah,
over our arguments, but this is an argument
yeah.
from Wikipedia, right? It says, for example, if the dog detects an intruder, the dog will bark. The dog did not bark, therefore, no intruder was detected by the dog. It's the sort of stuff that you'd see Sherlock Holmes doing, right? But a little bit more intricate. Because Sherlock Holmes with famous line was deductive, my dear Watson, didn't it?
Yes, and that would be a good example to let's say elaborate on my statement about affirmation, denial, positive and negative statement. Because if the dog detects, so we are talking about dog, so this is subject, and detects. So this is what he is doing or not doing. So affirmation is that dog detects. Denial would be not dog detects. This is denial. We are denying subject. But we can also create affirmative statement with negation. Dog, this is affirmative, detects, so it is positive. But we can say also dog does not detect, and this is negation. Negation of, let's say, predication. So generally speaking, affirmation and denial concerns subject, and positive or negative statement concerns predication. For example, man, white. This man is white. So this is affirmative and positive, because affirmation, we are affirming that man, this is something existing. So we affirm the subject is white. It is positive predication. So, but we can say that not man is white. So it is denial, but with positive predication. And also we can say man is not white. So it is affirmative statement, but with negative predication. So I hope that would clarify what Aristotle meant by affirmation and denial and positive and negative statements. So that's the difference.
Yeah, so for this arena, like, we have done more simplified arguments that are more relative to this arena. So I've got two of them. First one, if the globe is flat, or if the earth is flat, it doesn't really make any difference, whichever way you want to do it. P, then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Q. Right now, so what you have to do is you have to look at these as a P and a Q statement, right? The antecedent and the consequent. The antecedent is the claim. The earth's flat. That's easy. That's a P statement. That's dead easy. That's a claim that's been made by people. You could say measured flat if you wanted to. Also a claim made by certain people. Then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Q. Right now, that to me is a consequent for that P statement.
Yes, consequent is it is negative consequent. This is not denial. This is negative consequence of something, because it is lack of change.
Yeah.
So the consequence of the sphere would, of the
Flat Earth.
flat Earth would be no changes. So
Yeah.
this is negation of changes is consequent of Earth being flat.
Right, so you couldn't have there, for instance, then there would be a measurable change in elevation, because that would not make it flat. That would make it not flat.
Yes, so
Right.
you can rephrase this argument. If the globe of or Earth is not flat, then there would be a measurable change in elevation.
Yeah.
So yes, but
That's the way you
are,
do with the contrapositive. You flip these things around and you negate one and change the other one, and that's the way you can check logic.
yes, because you can make true dichotomy between two arguments.
Yeah. So what we say is then the idea then, once you've made these statements and you've checked that the antecedent consequent relationship is upheld, that one of them, that you then link these two statements together. If this one is true, then this one has to be true also. That's what logic does. That gives you the ability to do that within the modus tollens. So what you do then is you negate the consequent. You can't negate the antecedent. That would be a fallacy. So you have to negate the consequent, which would be by saying there are measured change on the vertical datum, right? That's how we measure elevation changes. There is definitely a measured change. Therefore, you can negate the P statement. Negated the Q. You said not Q. Therefore, not P. But what you've got to be careful of is to keep all of this relationship of your P's and your Q's together. That was brought to us by Emma. Now, there is a famous saying, mind your P's and Q's. A lot of people will have heard it from the grandparents. Never really understanding what it was. You may have thought it was mind your pleases and your thank yous, or mind your pints and your quarts to make sure your measures are correct, or who knows what people think. But I believe Emma put us onto a winner here. This P and Q statement here is what that's about. Take to mind these P's and Q's and make sure that they are antecedent consequent relationship. Make sure you don't change them, because you would end up with a fallacious statement. Therefore, the Earth is not flat. Very easy to say. It flows. When you hear these arguments, you know they follow. They make a logical sense. And okay, not to fear flat earthers, don't worry. It's not just about you. We can make these arguments for, like I said, any claims that anybody makes. So there's another one, just to show fairness.
Maybe one more interjection, because Edby is here and he's commenting my statement. Paper quote, it's not negation, it's denial. So I think that this is sarcastic statement, that because he thinks maybe that I am wrong.
Well, you know,
So
you were the one that corrected me, right? That's
Yes,
exactly what you said. But he's quoting you, is he?
Yes, but I corrected you because I read it in Aristotle. I was not aware of that before. So before I read Aristotle, I thought that this is the same. But when I read this on interpretation, he's specifically dealing with these four, because this is how this so-called logic box or logic square is created.
Yeah.
So we have 4 things: affirmation, denial, positive, negative. That's why we have this box. So if Edby is writing this in sarcastic tone, so please read Aristotle,
Oh,
because I am not wrong.
Betty's struggling at the minute. His
Yeah.
diletheism is showing. We have to watch out. You don't want to. You never want to nutsack anyone or sort of encourage them. So I think it's best just to leave Betty to himself, especially if he's quoting this early in the day. Okay, so this is the other argument that we can make. If the globe is a spherical object, P, then...
This is my favorite one.
Yeah, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve. Q. Anyone want to check the antecedent consequent relationship there? Is that... I think we could all say that, you know, those do follow from each other. They are necessary to follow. They link together, obviously. And then what we can do the same again, like we did last time. We negate the Q statement, the consequent, and we say a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, not Q, because a horizontal plane of reference does not curve. Modus Tollens, as always, says not Q, therefore not P, and then we can quite safely say the globe is not a spherical object, not P. Very simple. In argumentation, in form, and easy to repeat. Both of these arguments. That's Modus Tollens. So they are an example, a very simple example, as we like to do here. We like to simplify things to their basics. And that's what we come up with. 2 arguments, 2 Modus Tollens, to show a false dichotomy that everybody has been in around this arena. Obviously a false dichotomy because both of these falsifications of the claims that are being made. So if you were unaware of the false dichotomy, you might be able to take either one of these arguments separately, and you would be able to justify a claim that one of them must be true because you falsified the other. But when you take both of the Modus Tollens together, this shows what a false dichotomy is. Because both of these statements are falsifications of the claims. The Earth is flat and the Earth is a globe. And if you can falsify both of them, then there must be an other option. I don't know how many other options.
Reality.
Yeah. Well, we all live in reality, right? We know that there is only one reality, and these arguments show that reality is neither. It also teaches you to be very careful of the claims that you make.
Thanks, Bev.
If you're not aware of you making claims and people being able to place them within these argument form, then... Or you could just falsify logic, or, you know, just sort of do away with logic, as we've seen with people, justifying things. So there you go. There's an example, 2 examples of Modus Tollens. We'll give you the other one about the dog barking as well. So is everybody up to date with what about you in the chat? How's the chat like it? I know they won't normally like the idea of this logic form because we know personally that the dogmatic globe believers, obviously they don't like it. And I think what we can say is that the dogmatic flat earth a group now also are willing to justify contradictions or whatever to keep their model going. So there's very little difference between the dogmatic globe and the dogmatic flat earth.
Yep, and I think you asked how the chats, I mean, typical, right? When we get into this type of subject, very low, no real comments in the YouTube chat, and very few people watching. So,
Yeah.
but it's to be expected, right? When you've identified a false dichotomy and people don't want you to identify the false dichotomy. They don't like it. It's painful.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to have a
it's
side
just
dispute.
reality.
Yep.
Can I make one quote from Aristotle to support my claim about these affirmations, denials, etc. in one sentence only? This is on interpretation, chapter 11, because he's talking about this affirmation, denials, positives, negatives through the whole book on interpretation. But here in chapter 11, the first sentence is just summarizing, let's say, what I was talking about. So there is no unity about an affirmation or denial which either positively or negatively predicates one thing or many subjects or many things of the same subject, unless that which is indicated but by the many is really some one thing. So he's making distinctions between affirmation, denial, positive and negative. There are four different things. So, okay, so affirmation is in contrary, because he is using this word, contrary to. So affirmation is contrary to denial, and positive is contrary to negative. So, but it doesn't mean that affirmation has to be positive, because you can have positive statement with negative predication. So you can have, sorry, not positive, affirmative statement with a negative predication. You can have this, and he is talking about that also. So sorry for this, but this is especially for Baby, to cut off his objections, stupid objections.
Yeah, I find the more you say, the more that Betty will misinterpret what you say.
Maybe.
Yeah. He'll find some way to do that.
But I was just quoting Aristotle, so that would be misrepresentation of Aristotle, not me.
Right. Okay, so we're trying to keep this simple for most people, because, I mean, they have been fooled, and quite badly, by a Modus Tollens. It's been misrepresented as an argument form. It's a very simple way of falsifying claims. The claim is made. You can place that in the P statement. Very simple, like any claim.
Can I make a comment before we move on?
Yeah.
So you said that this is, people get fooled by this type of thing, and we try to keep it simple, which is absolutely true. I think it's important for anyone who's listening to understand that unless you've gone back to first principles, gone on a journey through the trivium, at least through grammar, rhetoric, and logic, that you're going to be hard pressed, even as simple as Bev's trying to make it, to understand this, which is why people get fooled so easily. And it is why, in my opinion, this is my opinion, maybe others agree, maybe others don't, that today in 2024, and I would say probably for the last several hundred years, people have been easily fooled by authorities, by shadow giants, shall we say, by others, right? Because I think the mantra today is don't think, don't question, just go with the science, the received opinion, the books that have been written, because they know far more than you. You don't have a logical mind. You can't think of these things. You shouldn't even try. And I think therein lies the difficulty. So if you're up for a challenge, then I would say challenge yourself to get into the trivium from the very beginning. It's difficult. It's a slog. I will say, at least for me anyway. It wasn't easy. Maybe for minds like paper, it's easy. I don't know. But it might not be easy for you. But I would say there's a lot of value beginning at first principles and going through the trivium and really challenging yourself as to what you know, what you can know, and how do you know something, and how can you prove anything to yourself. Okay, I'll get off my soapbox now. Thank you.
No, I think that's what we are going to be doing. It's pretty obvious that the journey that we've been on is to try and understand what we do know, because there are a lot of claims made. There's a lot of claims been made by people, and whether you have the ability to falsify them. And this logic, this deductive logic, is a way for you to decide how to understand these sort of certain things, whether to work things out for yourself. You don't need people to tell you. If you can form these arguments yourself and have the ability to do them, then you can reason through these arguments to sort of ask better questions, formulate better questions rather. It does help you out. There is a practical use for these sort of things. Some may call it mathematical. Really, the entirety of geometry and mathematics is based upon these sort of statements. Science too. This is how you achieve the scientific method. You make sure that these statements are valid, if this, then this, and then you provide an experiment to be able to verify these statements that you do make. There is a further link to reality. That's why the truth value of these statements have to be implemented. They have to be there. The whole form of the argumentation all relies upon the truth value of these statements, the truth that the antecedent and consequent relationship, that has to be a true relationship, because it's going to govern the truth value that you come out with at the end. If you don't mind your P's and Q's, i.e. put them in your mind and make sure that they do follow, then you're not going to come up with a proper answer. So you want to make sure that it all works. This is why you need to have all your faculties in mind. You need to have the terms that you're using, the words. You have to have an understanding of what you're talking about within this logic. So the grammar and the logic go together to make these things. Rhetoric is another matter. It's a little bit further on, but it doesn't really come into this. This is just command of grammar, having an understanding of all of the words that you use and all of that sort of stuff. So within these statements, you have to know what you think the globe is. You have to know what you think the earth is for it to be deemed flat. You have to need to know what flat is. You have to know what a spherical object is. You have to, all of these things have to be known, and they also have to be linked to the consequent. So any deviation from this, it would be a fallacious reasoning, either not minding your P's and Q's or not following the correct form of the argument. And we've got an example of how to do it badly. And that's been given to us. I don't know if anybody was listening to the Buster song, the intro, but I've got another example for you. Let me share. I'll give you guys the other stream. Oh, wait a minute. Put it up. This will probably go weird, so you won't be able to see the graphics. This is it. Yeah, right. So, this is another example of how to do it badly. Can you hear that?
That's the actual argument. I'll just give you a rendition of the actual logical consistency.
Yeah, can you hear that? Is that okay? Is
Yeah.
that all right for everybody in the YouTube? Right, so this is obviously Nathan Oakley, and this is him talking on the Globe guys that we got together. They did a conglomeration of a thing about Nikon cameras for April Fools, and Nathan Oakley went over it kindly. He went over it for them. And this is one of his replies. I think he knew it was a joke, or he may not have known it was a joke, but he seemed to take his rebuttals to this joke very seriously. And this was one of his rebuttals, as you'll hear, him going over. So I'll play this in full first.
That's the actual argument. I'll just give you a rendition of the actual logical consistency, called Modus Tollens, fondly labelled as the Black Swan, because, Karl Popper, once you show that you can have a black swan, the argument that all swans are white, or in this case, there's always a hill getting in the way at the horizon called Earth curve, you only need to show once that it isn't to debunk all claims that we've got a hill getting in the way. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as per Earth curve maths. Distance to horizon in this imagery is beyond the limitations of a sphere edge at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. The horizon is not Earth curve. It has been debunked.
There you go. I put the argument up in the chat. Again, it's claimed Modus Tollens. Even wrote out. Nathan has added a bit of flair of his own to it, but it's basically reading the argument that was formulated by QE, I believe. He seems to take credit for it. It's never actually justified it or anything. So the same form of argument. Do you anyone want to deal with the glaring fallacy to start off with? To save me?
I would address what Nathan Oakley said, because it is just ridiculous. Because he said that something about hill in the way.
Mm-hmm.
So we can see many times hill in the way that is obscuring many things. So that would be that horizon, which belongs to...
Call it a topographic horizon.
Yes, but he was talking about hill in the way.
Mm-hmm.
So it means... but we know at the same time that not always hills are in the way. So there is no claim that always, because he said that always would be the hill in the way. That would be this so-called globe claim, that always is a hill in the way. And this is just not true, because we know that hills are not always in the way. So his black swan is just nonsensical statement in that case. Because there is no black or white swans here. Because there are different horizons. There are hills, there are valleys in the way, there are mountains in the way. So this is not black swan.
Right, so do you want to hear? We'll go over it bit by bit. What's he
Yeah.
say at first? He says
That's the actual argument. I'll just give you a rendition of the actual logical consistency.
he'll actually give you a rendition of the actual logical consistency. So from him saying that, you would imagine that there is some logical consistency within this argument that he's going to talk about, or at least it gives you the impression that there would be.
Well, what can we talk? Can we take this slowly?
Yeah.
Like for
I'll
people,
go
like
over it
what?
a few times, yeah.
Yeah. So, but what do? Well, first of all, what do we think Nathan means by logical consistency, and then is that a thing in logic, logical consistency, and if so, what does that mean?
Well, to me, it sounds like he's trying to run through the logical consistency of the argument. Like he obviously knows that through the statement, mind your P's and Q's, said by Emma, that, that's the key to all of this. That's the logical consistency, the truth value, right? It needs to be maintained, otherwise.
So the form
So,
of
yeah.
of the argument needs to be maintained, or the actual truth value, if it's a modus tollens, or consequently a modus ponens, either way, right?
Yeah.
Then you'd have to have P following Q, and in the case of a modus tollens, if Q does not follow P, then we know that that we can falsify or deny, in paper's terms, we can deny P, right? So I'm just wondering if Nathan is speaking about one or the other, or both. Like, is he talking about form, or is he talking about the truth value? Because some people conflate those.
Well, I think it needs to be both, right? In order for you to follow
I would
the
agree.
logical
It should
consistency,
need to be
it
both.
needs to have everything. It needs to have the terms being understood by everybody in order for clarity of the truth value, right? It needs all of it. It all comes as a massive package within a very simple argument.
Now, I would agree with you, but for those who are listening and interested, please understand that there are people who will say, no, you can have a valid argument, but not a truth value sustained or whatever. Those people, I would say, are sophists. But that's my opinion. But there are people, especially modern day logic, that would say you don't need a truth value. All you need to do is adhere to the form, and then you are logically consistent.
It would be hard to prove that point, because if we have P and Q, so it has to be logical consequence, and this is so-called consistency.
Mm-hmm.
So from P, Q has to follow.
Yeah, but
And
I
for
think
that,
what Kevin's saying, Paper, is that modern sophists don't care about what you say.
Yeah, I agree.
Or
They're
what
just
Aristotle says
interested
either.
in trying to defeat you and whatever logic you bring. They just
Yes, but
literally just try to confuse the shit out of people. And it's easy to do with something like logic, because it may sound like a simple argument and a simple way to phrase things, but it's probably likely very new. So therefore, people can tell you all sorts of things to fool you about it. Just like you are when you're a young child. Like, if you're coming to this with no knowledge of it, then you can be fooled into it. What we're trying to say is that the simplification of it maintains the truth value. Now, I think Logos deals with that. When you hear this truth, right? There's a definite change. There's a difference. And when you know something, it fits naturally. But people can be swayed. I think that's what Kevin's talking about, right, Kevin? Hopefully.
yes, I am supporting Kevin, but just clarifying that if you have this if-then statement, that would be conditional. So, and you can say that this is, for example, modus ponens, but it is not sufficient, because you cannot have just any if and any then,
Right.
because you have to create this consequence. So it has to it has to be a true value in that, because it has to create this consequence. So causation has to be causation. Without causation, we have only just two separate statements that we are trying to mix into one conditional statement, but it doesn't follow necessarily. So it has to be necessary consequence of something. So yes, it both form and matter, as they said in ancient times. This matter is true value of something.
Correct. And that's all I wanted to say is I don't know what Nathan means by logical consistency, because there is a claim that you can have a logical consistency but not end up with a truth value. In other words, you can end up with a fallacy and still think that you're logically consistent because of the form. At least in my mind, right? But I would say that certain modern, let's say, sophists, I'll call them, they may call themselves logicians, would say the opposite. They'd say, oh, no, as long as the form is correct, that's all you need for logical consistency. The truth value doesn't matter. You can be lying all day long or not achieving a truth value, and it's fine. It's no problem.
I think they play a valid and sound
Correct.
play, don't
Yeah.
they try
Yes.
and confuse you. If you ever hear a sophist, he will be talking about things being valid and sound rather than just maintaining the truth value and the form.
Yeah, they avoid this word truth.
Yes.
So,
Correct.
for a reason, I would say.
Yeah, sophists. It's very easy to see that. You should talk about truth to a sophist, and yeah, you'll soon find out. Okay, so let's listen to what Nathan says again. He's in the beginning. He says
That's the actual argument.
this is the actual argument.
I'll just give you a rendition of the actual logical consistency.
A rendition of the actual logical consistency. So obviously, Nathan, what's going to follow from this is Nathan's rendition of a logical consistency.
Yes, of this argument, because as I understand, maybe I'm wrong, but by saying actual, he means that he is applying this logical consistency into this argument,
Yes.
concrete argument.
Right.
So
Now,
he's saying that this argument will be actually consistent.
here we go. This is what he says.
Called Modus Tollens, fondly labelled as the Black Swan.
Called Modus Tollens, fondly labelled as the Black Swan. Well, no. But, I mean, again, it's just a name that somebody's given them to this argument. It's a title, let's say, QE gave to this Modus Tollens. It's a Modus Tollens, not a Black Swan.
Because, Karl Popper, once you show that you can have a black swan, the argument that all swans are white, or in this case, there's always a hill getting in the way at the horizon called Earth Curve.
Ooh, right, so he's claiming this in to there's always a hill getting in the way. Now, this isn't within the Modus Tollens. This is an embellishment that Nathan Oakley's added to it within his logical consistency when he does his rendition. And he's talking about Karl Popper. Now, Karl Popper had this thing called falsification. Whereas I believe he was fighting against science wanting to be inductive, i.e., you can't really prove anything, was the statement, which comes from the new modern science. But Karl Popper said, well, you can falsify claims. That's a thing that you can do within science. You can falsify claims made by people. So were anybody to ever make a claim using this method, when somebody says, this happens every time. You can test it to find out whether it does. And you only need to show that it doesn't once to show that not every time or whatever through scientific method. That was the idea of what Karl Popper's statement was about with the black swans. This original statement, like he used it as a statement, is that somebody says all swans are white. It's an all statement that's been made. The claim is that all of the swans are white. But with the falsification method of Karl Popper, you only need to see one black swan to falsify the claim that all swans are white. Now, Nathan Oakley's added something in here that isn't actually within the argument that is being made. Want to hear it again?
May I?
Yeah, yes, please.
Also on Karl Popper, because of course this black swan example is from Karl Popper.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole idea of falsification is, of course, pure Aristotle.
Yes, within Modus Tollens, isn't it? Modus Tollens is the tool that you can use to falsify.
Yes, but in fact, this is in Aristotle when he was creating this logic box, let's say. So it is a category or universal statement, because I have to correct myself, because every time that I was talking about categorical statement, in fact, in Aristotle, it means universal. So all is universal. All and none are universal statements. And this is the way to deny or to falsificate a universal statement. So all or none, by showing one example. And this is in Aristotle. So Karl Popper's invention is just only about swans, because Aristotle is just giving different examples.
Mm-hmm.
But it is for over 2,000 years. So it is not just Modus Tollens invented by Karl Popper. It is not true.
No, yeah, I didn't say that. I said that I believe Karl Popper was fighting against the modern inductive logic, those people that state you cannot prove anything, i.e. no modus opponents.
Yeah, I agree.
Therefore, Karl Popper was saying, well, you say that as much as you want, but you can definitely falsify things. And that's what this is. That's what he was showing. That you don't need to be able to just prove positive. You can also prove the negative.
Yeah, falsify, it is just denial of statement all.
Yeah.
So this universal, yeah. But
so that's been taken out of Wikipedia. It won't be really mentioned that much. If you put black swan in, you won't really, it'll take you a bit to find Karl Popper. You might even try and put falsification in, and that may have been put to the back things as well, because these sort of methods aren't wanted in modern scientific reasoning.
The problem is that Nathan Oakley is trying to equivocate this falsification of universal statement to this modus tollens.
Mm-hmm.
This modus tollens has nothing to do with black swan. To be clear.
Other than QE calling it a black swan, right? Now, whether that was intentional or QE just liked the name of it, thought it was, or maybe he did actually intentionally want to deceive people around the form of the Modus Tollens and the black swan. Who knows?
Maybe.
We will never know, because QE won't come and talk to us about it. But it's okay. We'll still talk about these
because in order to falsify in Karl Popper, let's say, mode, it should be if all Earths are spheres with radiuses of etc.
Yeah.
That would be modus black swan, because we can have this supposedly horizon measurements to one of the spheres, because we have all spheres, so many spheres.
Yeah.
So if on one sphere we can falsify this this number, it means that not all spheres have radius of 3959. That's all. That would be black swan. But this argument is not black swan. I am sorry.
Yeah, it's just it is confusing, and that was one of the things that got me at the beginning. That there's multiple different facets of this particular form of argument that QE seems to have, let's say, muddied the waters, maybe misunderstood. I don't know whether they've actually gone into this logical argument form. I know Nathan Oakley's told everybody to not watch, and this is the reason why he doesn't want people to hear this.
Right. Can I add something in?
Yeah.
I would say that I think you're trying to be gracious, which is good. Like, we don't know for sure if it's actual deception on Nathan and QE's part, but I would say it would tend toward a deliberate deception, because Nathan knows this is a Karl Popper a thing. He should know that it's falsification and not a modus tollens, by calling it a black swan. I mean, so the form is a modus tollens, but what he's calling it, as paper says and you've said, is not a modus tollens. It's the black swan and modus tollens are two different things, and that goes to law of identity, right? So they're breaking the law of identity with these two things, one called the black swan argument and the other called the modus tollens. They're not the same thing, and that tells me that they're being purposely deceptive.
They may be in the same argument. They may be in the same argument, but you have to have this universal statement that is all or none.
Correct.
In the argument. That's not present.
Yeah, that's so my statement holds, right? Yeah, you can, but in this case, it's not.
Absolutely.
So in this case, right? In this case, it's not a black swan with a modus tollens. It is a modus tollens in form, and we'll get to the fact that it's fallacious in a moment, but it's not a black swan for sure.
I was
not a
hoping to
black
get a
swan
term before
argument.
I forget.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
I might sound like I'm defending them, but I'm not trying to. I think their lack of knowledge in studying logic is why they just took on this argument, fallacious as though it may be. They just took it because it seems to help them with their side, right? Because if you don't know logic, you would think that's a good argument. Because I thought it was a good argument for like a year or 2 years. But then the all statement in this one has to do with horizon, which is an optical phenomenon.
So Rob, I understand, and you are also being gracious, and you may be correct, but remember, these guys, especially QE, fancies himself, and I think Nathan as well, as logicians. They talk about logic all the time, right? So you can't. To me, you can't have your cake and eat it too, right? If you're claiming to be a logical or having logical conclusions and logical arguments, and you're putting those forth, and it takes the form of a logical argument, but it's been clearly told to you by many people at many times in the last, how long has it been, Bev? 4 years, maybe 5 years since the black swan, maybe longer than that. I don't know, but at least 4 years. 2020,
January 1st, 2020.
Yeah, so it's been over 4 years now. You can't have your cake and eat it too. I appreciate what you're saying, Robin. You may well be right that maybe they're faking logic, right? Maybe they think they know logic, but they really don't know logic, and they're faking it. But again, how do you not at least humbly look at your argument and look at the potential fallacies or pitfalls in the argument so that you make sure that you're not leading people down a primrose path or a penrose path in this case. That to me, that's inexcusable. And again, would for me, this is Kevin speaking, be an argument for they're just being deceptive, that they know that this is bullshit, but they have to put it out anyway. Maybe for the reasons why you're saying, because, hey, it's an easy win for people who don't know logic. You can get over on them. You can deceive them easily. But then that's sophistry, isn't it?
I would also add to that I understand, Rob, your position, but still using, let's say, cold logic only, they are not talking about all horizons.
Mhm.
Sorry,
It's not all horizons. I was going to
yes,
point that out.
it
It
is-
just says then. Now, this is where I think there may be a bit of play in this, because QE said,
Wait.
Then-
It says all horizon
No,
distance
no,
measurements.
no.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
it doesn't.
But
that's
that's what
changed.
they're.
I've got it on screen, Rob.
they're
I've got it on screen,
Oh.
and it says
okay,
then
I'm sorry.
horizon distance measurements must be. Not all. There's no all in it.
Oh,
This is
there.
QE's
I swear there
first
wasn't all.
statement
Okay, I'm
where
sorry.
we did this. This is what I go off. And everybody else that's added to it from this point on has added their own bit of flair. You'll hear Nathan's in a moment.
Okay, sorry. I
A
thought
lot
it
of
was
people
all.
have corrected it. They've purposely corrected QE's statement. Is where he made the mistake.
Yeah, tried to. We had a guy in here, last week, Bev?
Yeah.
Doing this, correcting the fallacy of the consequent.
Yes, but still, Rob, even if you add this all, and even if Nathan Oakley adds this all, or is referring to all, so he is now talking about all horizons, including topographical horizons, and maybe that's why he is talking about hill in the way.
Mm-hmm.
But then this Q is no longer consequent. Because if you have really hill in the way, in the topographical horizon, this measurement must not be no more than, obviously. So he is not talking, so obviously he is not talking about all horizons, because topographical horizons are excluded, because this consequent would be complete non sequitur. So in fact, he is only talking about this true horizons or horizon at the sea only. So not all. You cannot create
I don't know.
universal.
You may be reading into it. We're just taking the actual words of the argument, right? Aren't we? And the words,
Yes.
we're taking the words that Nathan Oakley uses, because he's obviously changed a bit. Nathan Oakley stated some hill somewhere. I mean, that's not mentioned in QE's original Modus Tollens. Or neither does the Black Swan. I don't know. I don't know where that comes in. So we have to be careful. Listen to what Nathan Oakley says again.
Once you show that you can have a black swan, the argument that all swans are white, or in this case, there's always a hill getting in the way at the horizon called Earth curve.
There's always a hill getting in the way with
Yes,
horizon
Earth,
called
and he
Earth
calls it.
curve.
Yeah,
I mean, I've
yeah.
never even heard anybody call the horizon called Earth curve. Don't know where that comes from. He might have made that up.
Yeah, so
Okay,
maybe-
I have. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen Bill Nye the Science Guy, who millions and millions of people watch on TV, and he shows the hill getting in the way when a boat is on the water. This hill of water is what is making the bottom of the boat disappear.
So this is a rebuttal to Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Pretty much. Or anybody else that says that a ship goes off into the distance and disappears bottom first because it's going over a hill of water.
I don't know
which
what you're
I
talking
think
about.
is
Hill of
ridiculous.
Malta. That sounds ridiculous.
I'm gonna find the video and I'll just show you a screenshot of the video. Millions of kids watch this, and this is what we instill into our children, that the boat is going over a hill of water. So
I've never
give me a
instilled
minute.
that into my.
I know, but other people let their children watch TV, and this is what they see on TV, and it's corrupted the minds of millions of youth.
And obviously
Not
Nathan
just our
Oakley.
Yeah.
Too. Listen,
Just,
listen
just
to Nathan Oakley.
give me a minute.
There's
I'll come
always
back.
a hill getting in the way at the horizon called Earth curve.
There's always a hill. You know, if we go over it again. Because I mean, when you break it down and go over it slowly, it sounds ridiculous. It's no wonder flat earthers get called ridiculous, because listen to what he's saying.
There's always a hill getting in the way at the horizon called Earth curve.
The horizon called Earth curve? I'm pretty sure there's only flat earthers like Nathan Oakley that have ever mentioned that. Nobody else has ever used that. The horizon called Earth curve. Never documented, never wrote down in any books. Only ever spoken about in flat earth rooms by flat earthers. I'm pretty sure that there's no glober I've heard out there called the horizon Earth curve. Listen, Nathan Oakley.
There's always a hill getting in the way at the horizon called Earth curve.
There's your always statement that isn't mentioned within the argument at all.
So I just out of curiosity, I put into my search engine the actual phrase horizon called Earth curve with quote marks around it. No results found.
0.
None.
So Nathan Oakley hasn't even been confident enough to have wrote it anywhere. But he speaks it. He wants other people to repeat it. But luckily enough, looks like nobody's ever repeated it on the internet either. So well done, you wise people. But were you to take that on, you'd be the first person to do it.
All right, I'm going to just send an email.
There might be people willing to do it now. From this point on, get it in there.
So to be gracious, I put in, I changed called.
Sorry.
So horizon called Earth curve to horizon is Earth curve. I got one,
Ooh.
Oh,
just one.
oh.
And it has to do with, brings up McToon.
Oh, right. So Nathan Oakley and McToon.
There you go.
Yeah.
Or a guy talking about McToon anyway. I don't think it was McToon.
Well, there you go. That's all you need to know. It's a very uncommonly used term, only really said by Nathan Oakley.
You only need to show once that it isn't.
You only need to show once that it isn't. I don't know who to, because nobody uses it. So that would be an it isn't would be a not that. And the
Yes.
thing that nobody says was also be a not that. So it would be a not that to a not that.
Yes, but
And not
still,
that to a something that nobody ever says.
I can show horizon, topographical horizon being not curved and not flat, and
Yeah.
or
Yeah, of
other
course you
shapes.
can. Of course,
Yes.
of course you can.
But this is not a black swan for anything. So
No, exactly. So do we have a straw man here as well, Bev? Do you think? If we just added in a straw man?
I think so. I think that's what Nathan's just added to it.
Yeah, I
I
think so
mean-
too.
Right, so I mean, here we go a little bit further. So I think we've dealt with it.
To debunk all claims that we've got a hill getting in the way.
Right, to debunk all claims that we've got a hill getting in the way. Well, hills do get in the way.
yes, sometimes from time to
So-
time.
I mean, you could debunk that hills get in the way. I don't know. It's very confusing. But I mean, again, it's not really got anything to do with the Modus Tollens, the logical consistency that he talked about at the beginning. That's where we're at. This is what he's given a rendition of the logical consistency, talking about hills getting in the way. that aren't even mentioned within the argument. So that's not very consistent logically, mentioning shit that isn't even in the argument. But this is Nathan's rendition of it.
If the Earth
With
was a
logical
sphere,
consistency.
Now, yeah, this is the bit, right, where he's actually starting the argument now. But listen to this. I've heard him do this twice.
if the Earth was a sphere,
There you go. Anybody get that first bit?
Yes, was instead of is. I
And
don't know why.
what does that imply?
This is just hypothetical.
Well, it's just not. Like, if it was, that means it's changed from what it was to something else. To me, anyway. Within the grammar, if the Earth was a sphere, implies that it's not anymore. This argument only implies to the past.
There's been a yes.
Part.
Yes.
But as I am, of course, as I am aware of English grammar, if you are creating conditional and if you are using past tense, it means that you are saying that it is less probable.
But
I think.
It's, yeah, like the whole idea of the logical consistency is to state something is something.
Positive claim
Yeah,
of
you've
now.
got to make a
Not-
positive claim, not
N-
something
not a
that
past.
may imply to a past tense.
Yep.
I posted a picture in the live chat of the positive claim.
Yeah, you may not have heard our conversation. I don't know if you did or not.
I was
You-
half listening, looking for Bill Nye. I'm sorry.
That may be
Sorry,
true.
Kevin.
So yeah, so the piece that you missed, Rob, is that I did a search for horizon is Earth curve and horizon called Earth curve. No, nothing.
right.
One response
No problem. No problem.
in the search
Right.
engine. So while Bill
The
Nye
title
may
of this
intimate,
YouTube video.
yeah, while it may intimate
The title.
that, it's not written anywhere.
Yeah, read the title out loud.
Yeah. Horizon proves Earth curve. Yeah.
Isn't that basically saying the exact same thing, though?
You can't have basically and exact. If it's basically saying the same thing, it's not exactly the same thing.
Okay, I'm not trying to make an argument with you. I'm just trying to say that title sounds exactly like saying the horizon is Earth curve.
Well, it doesn't state Earth in it.
Okay, I get you, guy. I'm not
Again, like,
sure.
I'm not being
if I
pedantic
attack that
here.
the right
I'm just
way.
saying,
No,
like,
I get it.
it proves curvature.
I'm on
Well,
it.
curvature definitely is a thing.
Of the water.
There's such a thing.
Curvature of the water.
No, it doesn't say that.
But that's the horizon they're showing in the picture, and that's why I wanted to maybe play 15 seconds of the video.
Yeah, but why would we want to do that, Robbie? This is sophistry.
Right.
The title
on both
doesn't match
sides.
what he's showing.
Yeah. Well, no,
Right,
it does match what he's showing.
No,
His
it
little
doesn't.
Demonstration is Earth curve.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
Demonstration is Earth curve.
Bev just said that it doesn't say Earth curve, Rob. And he's showing a picture of water.
I would give let's say Rob Keane let's say point because it is saying about ships, so it is in context, so it has to be at the sea. So I would say that it implies curvature of the water, I think.
And ships only exist on Earth, as far as I know.
We're too gracious. We're too gracious, guys. No, ships don't work on Earth, Rob. Ships don't work on the Earth.
I mean, on water.
They're on the water.
You got me.
It's not a gotcha. It's not a gotcha.
I know.
It's the integrity, right? It's the integrity of the language.
We want to use. Yes, we want to not. Law of identity matters.
Yes, it does. Law of identity matters. And when we're talking about what a sophist says, because he's trying to pull the wool over people's eyes, and people are far too gracious with saying, well, this person said this. So what's the actual point that even let's grant that even if Mr. Nye said exactly the words horizon is Earth curve or something to that effect. Like, what's the point? The point that we were making is, or the paper was making is, Nathan, the argument did not say all. So I'm failing. I don't
Right.
know where you're trying to go with this. I really would like to know.
I'm trying to kill both sides. Well, not maybe that's the wrong way to say it. Nathan's claim is that they want to attack the Earth curvature claimed by globe earthers. And I was just reiterating the fact that, yes, this is what the globe earthers claim, is that the boats go over the horizon and boats disappear bottom up because of a hill getting in the way. Nathan was referring to the hill getting in the way as a claim made by globe earthers.
Yes,
Okay.
I understand. Yeah, I understand that, but he is explaining the argument. So that would be, I would say, introducing more confusion than explanation, because he is trying to explain to, let's say, average people what this modus tollens means. But for me, it is more obfuscating explanation than explanatory explanation. Because in fact, it has very loose link to this argument, I would say. So instead of explanation, I would say that this is obfuscation of the argument. For me, at least.
That was him explaining the Black Swan, but that's just the title that QE gave it, right? There's no ability of this to be a Black Swan because there's no all statement made in the premise, right? The conclusion has to be to an argument or a statement. All somethings are something, right? There has to be an all within the statement that you then want to falsify in order for it to be a Black Swan, right? You're after a Black Swan
or every,
because there's a
yes,
statement
all or
being made.
every, yes.
Yeah. There's a qualifier of everything involved in this particular group. And all you have to do is falsify that one thing doesn't belong in that group, and therefore you can falsify it as a Black Swan type thing. But this Modus Tollens that we're talking about isn't one of those statements. Although Nathan Oakley wants to believe that it is, because QE's called it the Black Swan. Well, it's not.
Yeah,
Simple as that.
because we have only one swan. The Earth is one, not all.
With a particular radius, right? He's not trying to get rid of all radiuses.
No.
He's got one radius given a value that he's falsifying.
Because of course one Earth has to have only one radius, because it would be ridiculous to assume that many, because it would be maybe spheroid but not sphere.
And that's possibly the trick that QE's done. He's implied, he called it a Black Swan, then he can end up with a fallacious conclusion. And people will justify it because they assume there's an all statement being made. But there isn't. It's all right. We don't expect anybody that watches Nathan Oakley to be watching this or have the nerve to tell Nathan Oakley or QE about this. So we might get round to some other stuff afterwards.
Unless they mistakenly clicked the allow gifts button.
Hopefully we'll get over that in a bit. Get to it eventually. This is taking quite a long time. This is an extensive.
You know what we should do?
This.
I'm sorry. Bev, if you wouldn't mind one day, maybe you should just do a list of all the members of this channel, just so we can point out the people that do come here and watch in the shadows.
No, that'd just put them all up on a list for Nathan Oakley to attack, wouldn't it? I don't want to.
Oh,
I don't want
right.
to do that to any
No,
of the
I
members.
get you.
No
Yeah,
doubt,
I
there's a lot of
understand. I
people that
understand.
don't want to comment for fear of being attacked by Nathan Oakley for actually
Yeah.
watching us. He might have people.
We
that
are glad
do
that you're
watch
here
his-
watching, though.
Right, there might be people disobeying Nathan Oakley's orders. Watching right now. You don't want to
I
be
understand.
letting
Yeah.
Nathan Oakley
I
know
don't.
that they're doing
Yeah,
that. Do you?
I don't want it. I don't want to get anybody attacked
Yeah.
on purpose.
You wouldn't want to do that.
I just wanted people to not hide in the shadows of the
Well,
YouTube
I'd say
chat.
please hide in the shadows. Nobody wants to do it. That's why people like me and Elderbear are out there, just to show you that this is what happens. So, I mean, go and question Nathan Oakley at your own risk. Right, so let's go back here.
You only need to show once that it isn't to debunk all claims that we've got a hill getting in the way. If the Earth was a sphere with a
Right, so that's what we were going over. If the Earth was a sphere, I'm not too sure about that. I think that sounds a little bit. You're not sure of whether it is, whether it was, is it still? I don't know. This is an argument in form. This is his logical consistency. He's giving us a rendition of it. It should definitely be if the Earth is a sphere.
I think in pure logical statement that should be that, I think. But as I learned English grammar years ago, so if it is, so it is very probable. If it is was, it is much less probable. And if it was were, it means that you just don't believe. So it is impossible conditional. So if the Earth were,
Or
so that
were
would be
to be a sphere. That in the future, that would imply to me using. But I mean, like I say, I'm not an expert at that sort of stuff. In fact, that's why I came here. I learned grammar and rhetoric from Raven. Like he was the guy that helped me understand the grammar and the links to logic through the grammar.
Yes, I'm referring to my understanding of English grammar especially, but as I am reading Aristotle and St. Thomas Aquinas, for example, in English, it is completely different grammatical construction and syntax. It is completely different. So it is not classical, let's say, proper English grammar when you are reading logical texts. So, I would say that you are right in that sense that it should be is, and he shouldn't rephrase that into was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because within QE's thingy, it says if the Earth is a sphere of radius. So this is a little bit of flair that Nathan's added in, obviously. It's not within the original QE argument. So this can be saying that Nathan is adding his, doing a rendition of his logical consistency, and within his logical consistency, he's changed it. He's changed the argument. So this is now Nathan's argument because it's not the original QE's argument.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles,
P. So you see there in his argument, his P statement has attached to it a radius value.
This is probably why they gave it to Brenda.
with a radius of 3959 miles.
With a radius. He's got a radius value attached to it. P statement.
Then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than.
So every distance also. Then horizon distance measurements.
Measurement.
Yeah. Nathan Oakley also says.
Then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more.
Yeah. Every distance to horizon measurement.
So now he's stating some universal, let's say, predication, but every, and this is it is not consequent of. It's just for me non sequitur because we have topographical horizons, so that would be disproving his every measurement. Because obviously when you are trying to measure, you can measure, in fact, to topographical horizon, you can measure distance actually on the land. So, that would be not this number, I would assume. So,
in order to fix that, they would have. Oh, sorry.
Go on.
I just think if he said every horizon distance measurement over water,
but he's
that
not
might have
saying
helped
that.
a little bit. But it's still, it's still wrong. That might have helped a little bit.
Yes, so he's trying maybe to improve that Q statement, but he's it is even worse than original statement, I would say, because it doesn't follow.
Yeah,
it doesn't follow.
It's not a consequent, is it?
Not every horizon, because if he's saying every horizon, it means that every, so including topographical.
Yeah.
So it's a mess because we can, it's worse because we can debunk this Q statement as non sequitur right now when he's talking about every horizon distance measurements. It's just not true.
Yeah, a man like me's in the chat, and I think he's a Nathan Oakley supporter. Hope I'm not getting you into trouble for pointing that out. He says, water or land, it all measures the same.
No. On the water, you cannot measure.
Yeah.
You can only calculate. But on the land, there are conditions that you can measure.
Yeah, you can definitely see a hill in the distance, right? And you can measure the distance from where your location is to the hill. It's on the land. Of course, that measurement can be made. And they're not all the same.
I'm unlike me, where the word not written. We are listening to what Nathan Oakley is saying actually. And he's rephrasing this Q statement. So please listen again.
Yeah, we've got it. I've got QE's statement up on screen so people can see the original argument that QE made and how Nathan is changing it from its original form. Nathan's logical consistency, if you will. Right, so listen, go back over it again.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then
right, so that's the P statement. It changed from QE's original. He's changed the is to was, which, I mean, judge for yourself whether what it makes it sound like. It's like Nathan thinks it's more logical, and his Q statement.
Then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than
every distance to horizon measurement. Every
measurement. In fact, it is every measurement to horizon of horizon distance or whatever. But this every is attached to measurements. So every measurement. And this is just not true. Sorry.
Yeah, you can't do it over water, right? There's no available distance to horizon.
Yeah, can I please?
Exist. Yes,
Rob, in their photograph, they only have two measurements, and they're not of the horizon.
What photograph? We're talking about in a Modus Tollens.
Well, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm jumping the gun a little bit. In their fallacious Modus Tollens argument, they reference a picture of two oil rigs and the horizon beyond those two oil rigs, but the only measurements are the two oil rigs distance, not the horizon measurement.
Yeah.
The picture is what QE calls the black swan, but
Yeah.
again, that's got nothing to do with the modus tollens. That's just a picture that QE's decided to call the black swan, and a lot of people have been fooled by it. Like a man like me, he thinks that the distances
I was
to the
fooled.
horizon are the same whether it's on land or water.
Yeah, I was fooled too.
I know they've been saying for like 4 or 5 years now that this actually proves something, but it doesn't. It just proves that they've been fooling people.
I would say that it is even worse because in that form that now Nathan Oakley is presenting right now, it is even worse than it was, because he is adding this universal qualificator or qualification to measurement, which makes Q statement obviously not true. It's false statement at start. In previous form, in original form, you can say that that would be consequent of P. And in this Q statement, he is saying now, Nathan Oakley is saying now that every measurement to horizon is that and that number. And this statement is false. Just false. It's getting worse and worse.
Luckily, it doesn't take too long.
1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as per Earth curve maths.
As per Earth curve maths. Well, what's Earth curve maths? Does anyone know what Earth curve maths is? Because it's no mathematics that I know of.
There are some geometrical, let's say, calculations about this, but I would say that he's referring to curve calculations because this is globe Earth claim. So he's referring to their calculations. So in argument, it is not a mistake that he's referring to their calculations.
The curve calculators.
Yeah. So it is not a mistake. This is not logical fallacy to add that.
Well, QE calls it curve calculators, and Nathan calls it Earth curve maths.
Yes, but essentially they are the same, I think.
Well, it's QE's argument, Nathan's argument. So, I mean, again, asking Nathan to clarify what he's talking about, he should be able to answer that, right? I mean, it's not up to us. I'm not going to be asking him. You'll see why I think this is a fallacious argument, and I've been saying it for years. I'm not going to ask him, and I'd say to everybody else, don't. Be aware of what occurs when you ask Nathan questions about his own claims, about his own arguments. We might go over it in a bit. Right, so here we go, and this is...
Distance to horizon in this imagery is beyond the limitations of a sphere edge at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
There you go. In this image, I mean, it could be an image of a hill, right? Paper.
Yeah, of course.
Every distance to horizon, so that whatever that image is could be a hill or whatever.
Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere.
And here we go. Not Q. And then this is the conclusion.
It is not P. Sorry, it is not P. He's not denying P because P is different. I'm sorry. P is if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of, this is P.
Yeah, and this is what Nathan says.
Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere.
Go. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. Well, he's changed the P statement.
Yeah.
That quite blatantly. Also, QE's done it. He's just literally copying QE with that not P statement. Now,
Yes,
just because Nathan says this, right, it doesn't mean that the Earth is a sphere. It just means that this is a fallacious conclusion that he's come to. And he should be honest about it. But this is Nathan Oakley a couple of days ago. This is what Nathan Oakley said a couple of days ago. Not 4 years ago, correcting QE. Like, he's taken this 4 years on and not learned. A man like me saying you want a bigger sphere. Nobody wants a bigger sphere. He just wants to keep the logical consistency of the argument. His P value is changed.
Which is what Nathan said at the beginning.
Of all radiuses when it was only had one.
Which at the beginning, remember, that was what Nathan said he was going to provide, the logical consistency.
So
Yeah,
if you can't address the actual argument and the actual logical consistency of a very simple statement, if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. All you've got to do is keep everything the same, and at least the argument would stay logically consistent. The fact that, the Q statement isn't a necessary consequent, it's a non sequitur. But this is a blatant, glaring. It might take a bit for people to understand that, the Q statement isn't a necessary consequent. That takes a little bit more looking into, and people will allow certain things within arguments to justify them. But this changing of the P statement, that's a blatant denial of logic, right? They're fooling people. They're wanting to hand this on to flat earthers. And flat earthers are trying to justify it. As though, QE didn't really mean to do that. And it was a conversation. And we'll hear a couple of things in a moment. But that's just a blatant changing of the P statement. He definitely didn't mind his P's and Q's. Because he changed the P value from the beginning to the end. Blatant.
Yes, because in P statement, because if we are creating statements, we have subject and predication. And in Modus Tollens, we are negating predication. So Earth is a sphere. If we cannot say that is a sphere, it is predication, because it is just part of subject. Because Modus Tollens is not dealing with Earth being a sphere. So it is just part of subject.
Wouldn't he have to say then the Earth was a sphere?
For Nathan, yes, to be completely logically consistent.
He did change the initial P statement, didn't he? To if the Earth was a sphere of radius, whatever.
Yes.
From what's on the screen, correct? Yes.
Yeah. And by the way, this is like saying, for example, that white man is just. So we have two predications, man being white and being just. But if we are saying that a white man is not just, we are changing predication upon white man. So it means that we are not dealing with man being white or not white, but we are dealing with him being just. The same thing is here. Argument is not dealing with a sphere, with Earth being a sphere at all. Argument is not addressing shape. Argument is addressing only radius, only. So this last statement that Earth is not a sphere does not follow from Q, because Q is about radius, debunking, let's say, radius only. So saying that Earth is not a sphere at the end is nonsense. It does not tell anything, because you are denying predication upon subject, this one predication, which is not present in Q, absolutely. Because we can say if the Earth with radius of something, this sphere is redundant here, in fact. But in this last statement, this conclusion, I would say is completely like neglecting modus tollens. It's just the whole argument is just redundant. It's completely ridiculous, because he is talking about this radius, how it has to be not this radius, and in conclusion there is no addressing radius. So that's why it's completely fallacious. This modus tollens is completely redundant, I would say. This is sad.
Yeah, I don't know what a man like me is saying in there. He says you presuppose a sphere. No, we're just talking about a modus tollens argument made by Nathan Oakley and QE, and the differences between the two, how different people interpret them differently. But both QE and Nathan Oakley have a fallacious conclusion. It's fallacious in form, obviously.
Yeah,
Like
I think
it doesn't make the Earth a sphere, so don't worry about that. We're just pointing out the logical inconsistency. He's changed the p-value, obviously.
Yes.
Danger said it quite well. Danger said, model obsessed people will take anything said on this show and try to relate it to the Earth's shape. Non sequitur. It has nothing to do with Earth's shape. It has everything to do with the logical arguments that people like QE and Nathan are putting out there to flat earthers to make them look ridiculous, to restate ridiculous logical arguments that are clearly fallacious in many ways, as we've discussed. Not just one way, many ways.
Yeah, I want to do some sort of apologetics for it as well. It's like they've been Stockholmed into it for some reason. I can't understand why. A man like me, you're not doing yourself any favours by trying to justify this. QE's been told this. Nathan Oakley have been told this. They could easily fix this. Easily. But they don't. They leave it up to other people to do apologetics for them. To say why, like to try and do all of this sort of stuff. We're not saying it's a sphere. We're just saying they've sold you a duff argument. It's rubbish. It's pathetic. They're trying to sell you a fallacious conclusion. Sorry.
I don't understand this, a man like me, that we are, he says, you presuppose a sphere. I don't understand his statement, because it is supposed in P statement. This is, you are making assertion this in P statement. If the Earth is a sphere, so this is with radius, it is positive claim about Earth being a sphere with certain radius. So it is in argument. Assumption is in argument. So you are assuming something, and also you are making logical consequence of your assumption. This is how we create conditional statement. And to deny this condition, that the Earth is a sphere with radius, we have to deny Q. So by denying Q, we are denying P. That's why it is called tollendo tollens. Denying by denying. Denying P by denying Q. But this Q, this P is assumption, yes. So it is in argument. So I don't know why a man like me that says that we pre-assume some. No, it is in argument. I think that a man like me don't quite understand this logical, let's say, form of logic, like modus tollens or modus ponens, how it works. So it is based on conditional statement. And the problem is that P is not Earth is a sphere. P is if Earth is a sphere with radius of 3959. And conclusion, Nathan Oakland conclusion is that Earth is not a sphere. It is not right conclusion because it should be. Therefore, Earth is not a sphere with
right.
radius of 3959. That would be correct conclusion. But it is not. And he didn't correct it for 4 years, which is strange.
Nobody's ever I've never heard anybody ever using this in any argument ever, other than just recently when we went over to 24/7 in the politics channel, and obviously seeing people posting the memes, and the amount of times I've circled it and put it back as this is a, here's your fallacious conclusion. Are you still posting it? But Nathan Oakley is still repeating it. He's still trying to use it.
It looks like a man like me thinks that by proving that this is a fallacious argument, it then somehow suggests that the Earth may still be a sphere.
No, not exactly. It means that by disproving this radius, you are not disproving shape of the Earth. So even if this fallacious modus tollens would be turned into correct modus tollens, so if in conclusion it would be Earth is not a sphere with the radius of 3959, it follows from modus tollens. But that statement does not disprove shape of the Earth. It disproves only radius.
Yeah, you could falsify it by saying that here's a topographical horizon that's a distance measured beyond the limitations that's stated, or you could state that you cannot measure a distance to the horizon and also falsify it. So therefore you could claim that the Earth is not a sphere of radius whatever by either of those statements.
Yeah, but even if this argument would be correct, completely correct and valid and true, modus tollens by itself is not proving something, is disproving just something. One thing. In that case, is disproving this radius only. Is not disproving shape of the Earth, because it is not the way how modus tollens works. As presented, it is just trying to debunk this one single radius. It is not debunking shape of the Earth. So it could be still a sphere. Yeah, exactly. Because this is like all statement and non-statement. If you are black swan is not saying that all swans are black. It is just disproving that all swans are white. So not all. So the true statement would be not all swans are white. And the same way works this modus tollens here. In the same way is disproving, but it is not proving opposite, because there is no opposite here.
Is oh, sorry, Paper. I thought you were done.
Opposition is something against something, one thing against another one thing. And modus tollens is not creating dichotomy. So
There we go.
So it means that if you are proving that something is not white, it doesn't mean that you prove that it is black. You just prove that it is not white. It
Yeah,
may
I
be
think
blue, orange, yellow, etc.
Yeah, I think all right, Paper. You're absolutely correct, but I think we've gotten to the bottom of it because in the YouTube chat, a man like me has just now said it's flat. It's flat.
No.
Yeah. So I think the contention here, and this may be the contention of many people, like it's better to have a fallacious argument that deceives people into thinking their Earth shape might be flat, but is absolutely a fallacious argument, than it is to deal with the fact that it's a fallacious argument and either make it a valid and sound argument. I think that's the contention here is it's
Kevin.
better to be a fallacious flat earther than it is to be a I don't know, just a person who accepts an argument to be a truthful, valid, and sound argument.
And by
I'm
the
sorry,
way,
Kevin. You said it like a couple times.
I did because that's what a man like me said.
I know.
It's flat.
Yeah. We should let him know why we don't use the word "it" if we can avoid it.
Well, we can ask him what
or
the "it"
using
is.
the word "it." Yeah, because people like to just say "it" about everything.
And by the way, I think that I know why he's saying that it's flat. Because for him, it is proven to be flat because he said before that I don't want you to think it could be still a sphere when the radius has been debunked. So a man like me thinks that in this argument, radius is debunked. No.
Yeah.
Only one value of this radius is debunked. At best, let's say one value. This number is debunked, 3959. It still can be more than that, bigger. Which one? I don't know. There is infinite number of let's say possibilities. So this one number, let's say, is debunked. It doesn't mean that all radiuses are debunked, but a man like me thinks that it debunks all radiuses. No, it is not. It debunks only one number. It still can be a sphere with this argument.
Yeah. So I don't want to bash a man like me, right? This isn't.
No.
This isn't about argumentation, because there are arguments that can state the Earth is not a spherical object.
You just put it. You had it earlier.
I did it earlier. Yeah, you may have missed it. Right? We're not saying there aren't arguments that say it's not a sphere. We're just saying this particular argument only states that because it's a fallacious conclusion. It's changed. The actual statement, the P statement, is changed. All you've got to do is put as your P statement, if the Earth is a spherical object, then you can falsify it. That's not what this argument does. This argument links a radius value to it.
Yes, that's why we have these numbers in Q statement, because if you would say that if the Earth is a sphere, then horizon distance measurements must be no more than at these numbers. So that would be non sequitur, because the question would arise, wait a second, what is the radius? How you derive this 1.2225 or whatever from what?
Yeah.
It is derived from this number of radius only.
We're not falling for that. That's what a man like me says. Yeah, we're not falling for that. So again, I truly think the contention here is that a man like me would rather have a fallacious argument based on, I guess we can see too far. Maybe put it that way. Rather
He
than
says
on,
we're
but-
looking at a picture. We're not looking at a picture. We're talking about an argument, a man like me.
there's no picture there.
We've not been fooled by a picture. We are just
No, the picture's in their
talking
minds
about
now.
the logical consistency of the argument.
Not talking about an observation either. A man like me, he's getting triggered now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we are talking. It doesn't matter for me, at least. It doesn't matter if this argument is about flat Earth or green pixies. It doesn't matter. I'm just talking, and we are talking about logical consistency, true value of premises, etc., and true value of conclusion, and formal logical fallacies. It doesn't matter. The topic is irrelevant in that case. It can be about green pixies also.
He says he's not triggered. He's repeating what we decided to miss. Because we're going on about a fallacious argument. Come on into the Discord, a man like me.
Fondly
Let's have a
labelled
chat.
Black Swan because Karl Popper.
Wait a minute. I'm just trying to find the beginning bit where he goes over the argument. Did he say it at the beginning?
That's the actual argument. I'll just give you a rendition of the actual logical consistency.
There you go. That's all we're talking about, the rendition. The words he used, not a picture. We're not looking at a picture. We're listening to his rendition, not his portrait, not any artwork that he's presenting. We're just talking about his rendition of a logical consistency. Now, would there be a logical consistency in bringing a picture into this argument? Is there a logical consistency?
No, for me it is not. And by the way,
Can you measure a distance to horizon with a picture?
no,
No. Again, there's no logical consistency for you talking about a picture. This is one of the problems that QE brought in, because there's a lot of people now that when hearing the term the black swan, they think it's a picture.
Take a look. We got it. I mean, I know you don't want to focus on a man like me. We're trying to be gracious, but he says fallacious or not, the argument holds true. It isn't a sphere.
no, it doesn't. First thing, if it is fallacious, it means that it cannot
be
hold
true.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is contradictory. It is, for me, it is just nonsensical thing. It does matter if it is fallacious or not, because if you are using fallacy, you are debunking your own argument, and it does not matter if the conclusion would be true or not, but your argument is fallacious, so it cannot be used as proof of anything.
Yeah, you've got to be careful, right? I mean, this is a man that's defending his people, right? He's the representative. Now, as far as we know, he didn't make this argument, and he's never presented it. He's just in a position now where he finds himself defending it for unknown reasons, right? He must have some reason to defend this argument, because
that's the sad part. Yeah,
Oakley, they're not able to. They have to have people like a man like me.
Yep.
To come in and defend this for them, but we don't know how much. It's your argument.
The Earth. He's defending the Earth being flat. This is his argument.
Okay, but still, when he's saying that it is fallacious or not, it proves something. So you cannot say that. It is just nonsense, really. And by the way, he's saying also that it isn't a sphere because of that argument. No, that argument, in fact, is not saying that the Earth is not a sphere. It is statement. This last statement is fallacious. It doesn't follow from modus tollens, from conditional statement. It doesn't follow. You take it as true statement, but it is not. It is non sequitur. So I would say that you are one of people that are, sorry to say, fooled by this repetition of this fallacious argument, because you think that this is true conclusion. And we are talking about formal fallacies in this argument. And this is formal fallacy, because in this argument is not disproving sphericity of the Earth as you think it is. It is not. This argument is formulated in that way that is disproving only one number of radius, this which is given, 39, 59, only this. So this argument is disproving only this number of radius.
The logical consistency of a modus tollens is if P then Q. I mean, it's dubious whether the Q statement is a follow-on from the P, but we're talking about the logical consistency. It states then not Q, therefore not P. Now, the initial P statement has to be the same as the not P statement at the end.
Exactly.
That's all we're talking about. That's the glaringly obvious, fallacious conclusion. Yeah, we do have people defending it now. Do you want to hear what some of the higher ups did today? Because I did tell them that we were going to go over this.
Can we close this? Can we close this out though? Because a man like me's now gone to geometry, and we'll leave it after this. But there's no geometry in this either. A man like me. There's nothing in here
other than the horizontal horizon.
No. There's no horizontal horizon. There's a horizontal distance. The argument has nothing to do with geometry at all. There's no geometry talked about in the argument,
other than curve calculators.
But is that geometry? Is the curve calculator geometry, or is it a calculation?
It's calculators, isn't it? You know, like C curve calculators, or Nathan Oakley said, Earth curve maths.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
maths and calculators, is that geometry?
Is he talking about it being broken? I mean, people can see mathematics as however they want, right? But I would link both mathematics and geometry to logic. And it seems like he's willing to accept fallacious logic. So, I mean, how would he know whether geometry or mathematics was broken? He's willing to accept fallacious conclusions.
By the way, he's saying that you're arguing the fallacy. I am arguing the Earth's flatness. We had on the screen at the beginning argument disproving flatness. So if you are with us from beginning, you could see this argument. If the Earth is flat, therefore, etc. So in order, because you are arguing the Earth's flatness, so you need to disprove Bev's argument about flatness, because Bev has argument about flatness. So you can try to disprove Bev's argument, and if you successfully disprove this argument, let's say you will win. You will prove that the Earth is flat. So be our guest.
Yeah. Yeah, it comes to a conclusion. The conclusion is the Earth is not flat. So take the argument, turn it into a modus ponens. Show us how you measure the Earth flat. It's open for it. I mean, that argument was specifically about the measurements measured in the vertical datum. So yeah, I'm sorry, a man like me. I'm not trying to pick up on you and single you out or anything. It's just that you're the one that seems to be in the chat trying to defend a fallacious argument, conclusion. Let's see, change this window here now.
Hey, just for a man like me, could you maybe just give him your argument? There's two of them actually. If you give them both to expose the false dichotomy, maybe it might help him out a little bit.
Okay, well, these are Modus Tollens that we wrote for advanced simplicity in order to they're to show logical form and consistency within a simple display of logic. These are the two starters for the Modus Tollens. I decided that the Modus Tollens was easy to do, right? So these go, if the globe is flat, P, then there would be no measurable change in elevation, Q. Elevation is a measured change on the vertical datum, not Q. Modus Tollens states not Q, therefore not P. Therefore, the globe is not flat. Not P, that's your not P statement. The Earth is not flat. It's okay, so that's the one to show that it's not flat. And here's another one, just so you don't feel left out. If the globe is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve, Q. A water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, not Q. Modus Tollens, not Q, therefore not P. The globe is not a spherical object, not P. It's just simple Modus Tollens. To me, those are two Modus Tollens with logical consistency remaining all the way through. Truth value maintained from beginning to end. Showing a false dichotomy. These arguments have been done for quite a while. They've been shown to everyone. John of the Flat Earth debate crew stated of the first one, it's just words used incorrectly. And that's how he rebutted it. He just said it's not an argument, which, you know, that's the people that you're listening to. The second one, I don't know what he thought of that. Some people might like one of them, not the other. It depends. But they are both equally valid as Modus Tollens. Take them as you will. They are just arguments. Right. Okay. Can you guys... Did you get that new one? Are you in there? Yeah. Okay, now this was over in the politics server. Nathan Oakley went over to the Discord politics. And I got a chance to ask him. So you can get the volume up here. Okay. Here we go. We're going over the Modus Tollens tonight, Nathan. Do you want to have your right of reply for why you're still repeating the fallacious conclusion?
Didn't we deal with you already? Are you
That's the first
respawning
time I've
now?
ever said anything, Neil.
Stop wasting our time.
Do you want to comment for Nathan then why Nathan's still repeating the
He
fallacious
wastes
conclusion?
all of our time, so we might as well answer him correctly now.
So this is wasting time for them. Answering why they have a fallacious conclusion still after 4 or 5 years. People defended Nathan.
We answer him correctly every time. He just does not accept it and just wants to go around shouting, Earth is not flat. It's not measured flat. So not flat.
Well,
All right,
No,
Dad,
this is
get
about
flat
the Modus
Earth.
Okay,
Tollens,
Neil,
Neil.
stop.
It's all right.
I want to get a cup of coffee, so nominate someone to deal with him. I'll be back in 5 minutes, maybe 10, depending on how long the coffee machine takes to warm up.
I got no use for him.
I'll do it if you want. But Bev, what is it you're saying?
Okay, so Nathan has got to make a coffee. I did wait until after the live show, so this will be going out on Nathan's after show. I didn't want to embarrass him on his live show, you know, to his audience. But obviously, this is a after show. And he's gone to make a coffee, so I'll wait for 5 minutes. But I'm asking Nathan why Nathan still repeats the fallacious conclusion to a Modus Tollens that QE made.
Okay, well, Nathan's going to be back in about 10
what's
minutes.
fallacious then?
The conclusion.
What's the fallacious part? Tell me what you mean by fallacious.
Modus Tollens states if P, then Q,
you
not
tell us?
P, not Q, therefore not P. I want to know why Nathan changes the P statement.
I
Say
missed
it
some of
in-
that there because
say
I
it
think
like
you
you're talking
were
to a
getting, there was other
retard.
people speaking over you or something. You didn't. Could you repeat that again, please? Right.
Okay. The Modus Tollens goes if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. The question to Nathan is, why does Nathan repeat the fallacious conclusion and change the P statement?
Are you talk?
Does that sound like a decent enough question? I was trying to phrase it in my head on the top of, you know, I didn't have it wrote down. But does that sound as a decent enough question to ask? Obviously, I was asking Nathan.
Should be understandable.
Nathan's not there to answer, so obviously I was just repeating the question. Here's Brian.
What do you mean by changing it? I don't see any change. When you say change, what do you mean by changing it?
Well, I say he doesn't change it because he just repeats what QE wrote. QE writes at the end, the Earth is not a sphere. Right? Now that
that's correct.
is not the initial P statement. I was
but he
asking
doesn't
Nathan
need to
why he
give the
still
initial P
continues
statement.
to repeat the fallacious conclusion.
But you don't need to give the initial. You don't need to give the caveat of the 3959 miles in the end, because when you understand where their mathematics came from, once you debunk the 3959, that debunks the existence of the Earth as a sphere in all ways.
There you go. Always.
That's horrible. That's terrible.
Yes, terrible logic. Sorry.
That's Brian's
just
logic.
nonsense.
Right?
And
That's
by
his
the way,
name. His name
Yes.
is Brian's logic, and he's literally just said that.
yes, and this is, let's say, a pivotal point in Modus Tollens.
Mhm.
You are, as I said before, if you are disproving that something is white, and you, in conclusion, therefore this thing is not white. So it means that it can be black, blue, yellow, brown, etc. You cannot say, but Brian's logic is saying, of course, it means it has to be black. No, Modus Tollens has no power to do that. And in this Modus Tollens, this Modus Tollens is dealing only with that one radius. And so what Brian's logic is talking about is just nonsense. It cannot do that. It cannot, by virtue of modus tollens, it cannot debunk sphericity of the Earth. It cannot. It just, it cannot by virtue of the form of modus tollens, so to speak.
So Brian's speaking for Nathan, as he often does. Wow. While Nathan's gone away, right? I wasn't really bothered about asking Brian. Brian didn't need to answer it. I wasn't asking him. Because up until now, I'd never heard him say it. But now Brian said it, right? Like Brian's repeated the fallacy. So Brian's part of the team too. Brian, Nathan, and QE. All of them. Fallacious conclusions to awful modus tollens.
Yes, but now we know why, at least why Brian's logic thinks that this is correct, because he said that it is not needed. It is needed because the Q statement is dealing with this number only. The whole Q statement is only about this radius. So it has to be in conclusion, as it was in P, because it is crucial point in P statement, this radius number that you are, or QE was dealing with in Q statement. This number 1.225, etc., is referred only to that number of radius. So it has to be in conclusion, because it disproves only this one number. So when Brian's logic is saying that it is not needed, it is crucial to state that number in conclusion, because Q statement was debunking this radius only. Brian's logic says, no, it is not needed. Sorry, Brian, please learn modus tollens at least. It has to be in this conclusion.
Yeah. I mean, it just makes a joke of his name, right? That, you know, Brian's logic. I mean, that's not logic. That's, you know, it can't even be called Brian's logic, because there's only one logic. And fallacy, right? Brian's fallacy. More like.
So for the sake of his own name, I ask Brian's logic to learn logic.
Yeah. Please remember this, Brian. But he continues.
Because their globe can't be even an inch bigger or smaller, because it's back engineered from the latitude and longitude grid. So they can only have a 395. It's actually slightly less, but they can only have a 3959 radius. That's the point. So once you debunk that, there is no sphere.
Yeah, but like I say, we're just talking about the modus tollens. It becomes fallacious in form when you change the P statement. Pretty simple.
Nobody changes it, Bev.
Yeah.
You can say at the end, then the Earth is not a globe of radius 3959 miles, if you like. But if you understand the mathematics and you understand where they got them from,
that would be the correct way to do it. The question I was asking Nathan is that Nathan doesn't want to talk about, right? He sends people like you out to do it for him.
He's going to get a cup of coffee, Bev. He said that clearly.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just want attention.
Evenings.
I don't. I want to know why
when it goes into the
I was giving Nathan
show,
a right reply. He said we're going over it tonight.
I can go back and I can listen to about 10 other videos of the same question, answered the same way. What's your point, Bev?
Right, so there's 10 videos Adam's got that they've repeated a fallacious conclusion. Adam, or Neil, sorry. Neil can find 10 videos where Nathan Oakley and QE have repeated the fallacious conclusion to an argument made by QE. Well, it's a good job Nathan's above censorship, right? Because this could be like literally seen as misinformation. Trying to put out a fallacious conclusion as an actual argument. Lucky for them. The point is, I'm asking Nathan why he continues to repeat the fallacious conclusion. Pretty simple.
If you want to wait for Nathan to come back, then Grant. So I don't mind. I was just filling that out.
Yeah, but he.
Yeah,
See, I don't
answering
like
to
that
it
he.
because
I don't like that he gets his little statements off. Like Nathan ain't answering him. You listen to 10 other shows.
well,
And you
Nathan
got the
will
same
answer in a
answer.
minute when he comes back. Calm down. Nathan will answer in a minute when he comes back.
Yeah,
I mean, there's
just
no
give us
pressure.
a
Just
Can't
answer the
calm
question.
down.
Just
just give-
answering a question.
I've been muted by now, right? While these guys argue.
Yeah, Neil, just give it a second. You guys tried. You gave it the old college try. He doesn't want to listen to you guys. He only wants to listen to Nathan. Nathan is currently making a cup of coffee, which Bev says is him running away.
Did I say it was him running away? Did anyone hear me say that was Nathan running away?
No, you said that he was going to make a coffee.
Yeah. I didn't
So
say
we'll
that.
just have to deal with
Craig,
that.
Don't
And then
put
wait
words in my
for
mouth. I'm waiting.
Nathan to come back and then see what happens.
Yeah, I'm just sat here waiting patiently.
And that's
Yeah,
why Neil gets
Has anyone got any
upset.
elevator music?
Oh, that's
Yeah,
why Neil gets upset because I don't like the nonsense.
Yeah, if you
So
tell
call
somebody,
it getting
I'll be.
excited, or call it getting angry, whatever.
Yeah,
If
but
you
you
tell
don't
somebody-
need to do that. You just
Yeah, Neil,
sorry.
it's okay, dude. If you
Ryan,
tell
do
somebody,
I tell you, hold on. This is me. I don't tell anybody else how to be. I like the way everybody is. This is me.
yeah, Neil, you're okay. You're definitely fine. The thing is that it is frustrating if you tell somebody, I'll be right back, coffee break, and they tell you you're running away from your own argument.
Can you
Then you've
can you pause
addressed
it, Bev? Can you pause
dozens
it?
of times.
Yeah.
Okay, so Crit is being completely dishonest here.
Absolutely.
You didn't say much of anything, but Nathan said, I'm going for a coffee. Someone else can deal with this guy.
Mhm.
That's you can go back and listen to it again if you like.
Nominate
That's
for somebody else to
Yes.
deal with this.
That is what Nathan did. So Crit, if you're listening, or if whatever, somebody else wants to tell Crit that he's a dishonest piece of shit in my estimation. That's Kevin saying that, not Bev. That's Kevin. Because Nathan clearly said, someone else deal with this guy. I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. So did Nathan run away and leave it to Neil or Brian or whoever was going to pick up the mantle? Yes. Nathan ran away. That's what happened. Bev didn't say Nathan ran away. Nathan said Nathan ran away.
And he's in the chat as well. Like Adam Price says, I'll even interrupt Brian for a jab at Bev. He's a universal D-bag.
Yeah.
To which AJ says, my internet's playing up. And Genuine says, Crit muting the F out of Bev.
Yeah, there you
To
go.
which Quad says, yeah, Crit is a good mod.
Yes, of course
so
he
while
is.
this is going on, I'm being muted while Crit is making up this shit that I didn't say.
Yep.
In order to rile the crowd up, to make it look like Bev's the bad guy.
Not just saying what you didn't say, but not being honest in what did Nathan do? Did Nathan actually run away? Well, you can judge for yourself when Nathan says, I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. Someone else can deal with this guy.
Yeah.
That's what Nathan said. Now, maybe Nathan really needed a cup of coffee at that moment and wasn't willing to wait the 10 minutes. Maybe he was just having respect for his audience, and we didn't want to have silence for 10 minutes till Nathan came back with his coffee. But I would suggest to you that's bullshit. I would suggest to you that Nathan ran away. Now, Bev didn't say that.
No.
So where are you, Crit? Where are you?
No,
Sorry,
Crit's
go
not
ahead.
going to come back around here.
No. Yeah.
Right, so can we carry on?
Times
Yeah.
already.
Didn't say that.
Then what they do is they're
in fact,
living in a
Nathan
world that's
said to
complete make-believe.
somebody else to nominate
It's a
for
complete
him.
Okay, so
fantasy
Chris,
world.
so why would you think that upsets me? Because who else
Oh,
does
he
things like
fucking
that?
muted me.
Always, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I have
Okay,
been muted
so
now.
he's lined up with Brenda already quite a few times.
Yeah, who has? I've lined up with Brenda already. That says Neil. Me. Lined up with Brenda. Brenda's the one that's called me a child abuser, the one that's been banned from this server for trying to get the server shut down. That's just a ridiculous statement. I think I agreed with Brenda when Brenda said a statement I could agree with. But there's nothing wrong with that. You can agree with people. That doesn't make you aligned with them in any way.
No, to some of these people, you cannot agree with Brenda on anything.
Well, that's
Otherwise,
the same
then
as
you're
what
on
they've done to me, isn't it?
I know.
These guys
Yeah.
have labelled me a liar. So this is what happens when these guys do this poison in the well like they're doing right now. And remember, I am muted. Mm-hmm. Dead air.
Oh, has anyone got anything else to talk about while we're waiting for Nathan to come
They
back?
can't hear me.
Yeah, do you guys want to go
I'm thinking
back
of name
over?
changes. I'm thinking of name change. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, do you guys want to just go over Black Swan just to refresh people maybe who haven't heard it? And it's already on the table for when Nathan gets back.
Okay. Just give a rendition of what it is. Basically, the argument is very simple. Is that if we lived on a globe of radius 3959 miles, then the horizon can be no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet and distance away from the observer. In the Black Swan image, it shows that the horizon is much further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet distance from the observer.
You'll notice he called it the Black Swan image. So, I mean, it's not even a Karl Popper argument now. It's a Black Swan image to Brian. It's a different thing altogether.
Bunking the horizon being the leading edge of a globe, which means the Earth can't be a globe because the horizon doesn't adhere to what it would have to adhere to if we were living on a globe.
There you go. It means it can't be a globe. Not just one particular radius value. To Brian's logic, it falsifies the entire globe. Not very logically consistent or anything.
No, and can I make another comment before you go further? So again, I'm no globe expert by any means, the model, but I thought that part of the argument was that, or I should say the globe, not argument, but the globe, what the globe people say is that it's not an actual sphere. Has anybody else heard that?
Oblate spheroid, I think I've heard claimed.
Yeah. So when Brian says it can't be an inch more than 3959, or it's not a sphere. That's what he said. Not an inch more. How would you even get that if you're straw manning or if you're claiming that you're just using their quote unquote their calculations of 3959? How does that happen with number one, an oblate spheroid, and number two, an inch more? So it couldn't be 3959 point whatever an inch is, right? 1/12, whatever that works out to be. Couldn't be that. I fail to understand, again, Brian's logic. Maybe this is a special kind of quote logic, unquote, that's not really logic.
Well, again, they think it falsifies all radiuses. Like then I think what QE's done by adding the black swan in, he's made them believe it falsifies the all radiuses. I think that's what has happened in their minds, because it's not been explained to them, the modus tollens and the, you know, the logical form, and they've been confused by him calling it a black swan, giving them a picture. I mean, they're completely messed up within all of this.
Yes, I agree with you. I think that they think that it debunks all radiuses, because last I think Nathan Oakley show, they refer to Mr. Sensible, and they said that
when he said at best
radius, and they think that he's yes. I as I understand what Mr. Sensible said, and I heard him. He was talking about this particular radius, but they take this statement as universal statement. So they think that he said that all radiuses. So I would say that now they are misrepresenting what Mr. Sensible said. But still, okay, they can say that because he literally said at best radius, not this number. So they say it means all radiuses. So this is their narrative. Let's say today.
They're handing it on to the flat earthers, right? Their confidence in this and the way that they're dealing with it is being handed out to flat earthers. Now, it's those flat earthers that, you know, I'm concerned about, because they're taking on a paralogism that has been made by QE, Nathan Oakley, and now Brian. Now, I think they are the authority figures within the flat earth debate. The entire panel, I think, is made up of those people. I mean, there are people like Neil and Adam Meakin, but I mean, they're bit players, aren't they? They, you know, like, these are the people, the voice of it, and the scientist in QE, although that's laughable as well. And then Brian's logic, the man who makes models for flat earthers. That's what they're talking about. All three of them proved fallacious. They are willing to hand out a fallacious conclusion.
It's that simple. And what Bev is having a problem with is the P statement is, if the Earth is a globe of radius 3959 miles, P then Q, then the horizon can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Then not Q, the horizon is not 1.225 times the observer's height, or the square root of the observer's height in feet, within, you know, what is shown as the image. So not P, the Earth is not a globe. Whereas Bev is saying you have to say it's not a globe of radius 3959 miles at the end. Whereas I would say no, you don't, because when you understand the mathematics and where the origins of the globe came from, then you don't need to add in the 3959 miles, because their globe can't be any bigger or smaller than a radius of 3959 miles. It has to be exactly that.
There you go.
So
when you understand the mathematics.
Yes, and this is wrong statement, because you don't need to understand mathematics to see that this conclusion is fallacious. You don't need. You just need to know logic.
Well, Brian's telling people that you can make a fallacious conclusion if you understand imagined mathematics.
Yeah, this is fallacious statement, sorry.
Yeah. Well, Brian obviously imagines that he understands this mathematics. Unable to talk about it though, so don't worry about that. He won't be coming over here and explaining it because he classifies that as a waste of time. So just let Brian go along with his imagined mathematics understanding.
Actually, 3958 and change, but it's rounded off to 3959. That's the whole point. So it can't, the globes are...
It's actually something else, but it's rounded off. But didn't he say it couldn't
That's
even
killer.
be an inch off?
Not one
I mean,
inch.
what the
Not 1
fuck?
inch. Yep. Not 1 inch more.
He's just falsified his own claim from an inch to a rounding up error. He's allowing himself a rounded up. But
Rounded up mile.
Yeah.
A rounded up mile.
It can't be an inch different. Oh, come on, Brian. That was literally like seconds after him saying it. It's terrible. Don't bother coming in and explaining yourself, Brian. It wouldn't be worth your time.
Horizon can't be any different than that. So once you debunk the 3959, like I don't see any need to put in the 3959 at the end. But Bev is saying you should put that in at the end. Bev can correct me if I've misrepresented him.
Can't. You can't because he's muted.
Yeah, Bev doesn't really know how to form arguments or logic at all. So he's really confused if it's, something that's very simple.
That's crit. That's crit. Listen
Claiming
to it
you're the
again.
one who doesn't know logic. That's
Listen
great.
to this. This is crit. Crit left this server. He's no longer in this server, obviously.
To put in the 3959 at the end.
Well,
But
hey,
Bev is
well,
saying you should put that in at the
I
end.
just want to say,
What?
sorry, Bev. I just want to say I'm really disappointed. I had a lot of respect for Crit up until now.
Yeah, they mute Bev, and now Crit is criticizing Bev that he is not formulating good arguments while Bev is muted.
Mhm.
Great job.
It's only because we're criticising one fallacious. In fact, they've never made any other arguments. This is the only argument Flat Earth has ever made, and it's chock full of fallacy. Whereas we, over here, on the level, actually do have arguments to present. You can have a go at falsifying them. I've shown you two this morning, today. Akumu virus doesn't like them either in the chat. It's funny. But yeah, listen to Crit and see how genuine Crit is. And remember, Crit is a flat earther too. He's been around this in a long time.
Bev can correct me if I've misrepresented him.
You can't because he's muted.
Yeah, Bev doesn't really know how to form arguments or
It's
logic
gone,
at
Bev.
all.
Yeah,
So
gone.
he's really confused.
It's gone
Well,
knackered.
you guys got lost the sound.
Yeah.
Of you.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it was okay. Discord, YouTube didn't get it. So I'll go back 10 seconds.
Bev can correct me if I've misrepresented him.
You can't because he's muted.
Yeah, Bev doesn't really know how to form arguments or logic at all. So he's really confused if it's, something that's very simple as a few missing
Crit is
words in his
talking
worldview.
over me.
That complete shuts down
we should
all
change
higher
his
brain
name to-
function.
Only there till 5.
You should change his name to Baller Bev. Brian, how did you get that? How do you know that the horizon is that far away?
It just has to be further. You have the horizon, the oil rigs, and the horizon is behind the oil rigs. You know how far it is to the oil rigs, but they know that the horizon is further than the furthest oil rig. The image. So,
And
we don't
those
know
oil rigs.
Hang on. We don't know how far away the horizon is. It's just given a 10-mile distance. It could be 15 miles. I don't know what it is. It's just further than the furthest oil rig, which is over 9 miles.
Oh, so it's a measured distance that they don't know. It's interesting. They don't know it because you can't measure distances to the horizon by a picture. Simple.
Right, and the oil rigs are measured. I mean, they're set in the ground. They don't move.
Yes, they stay
Then why
as
are they
are.
in the argument?
Thank you.
Still muted.
Nathan back.
I don't think so.
Does Nathan
Well,
come
if
back?
the Earth was a sphere,
Yes.
yeah, we wouldn't have horizontal planes.
That's correct.
Exactly.
It's not the argument.
That's
though.
why the slope-a-dope is great, right?
Yeah, because
See, they're doing their best now to change the argument to something it isn't. Hopefully to get around it, because I mean that's what they do.
all horizontals are parallel with the plane of the horizon. You know, so, and if horizontal is rate of slope 0, then the horizon is rate of slope 0.
That was a good argument by Brian's logic, wasn't it? He might have heard that from somewhere else. You never know. Or he might have just made it up himself. All horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon.
But think about it, Brian. We all know this as children when we're shown this globe. Then we go to the beach.
So, what did he just say then? I don't know whether he's under pressure or stress or anything, but do you want to hear what Neil just said?
And we all know this as children when we're shown this globe.
We all known this as children when we're shown a globe. We all know what? What's he talking about?
Yes, I am not sure.
We all known 'tis globe? I don't know. Hard work. Or you know that the horizon's horizontal. I don't know.
Then we go to the beach and we look out and everything is flat. We know this.
No. You don't go to the beach and look out and everything is flat. Ridiculous. Has anyone ever seen waves at the beach? Neil. Has Neil been to the beach recently?
The flat waves.
Yeah.
That's why when Jen came on the other day and he had his kids that he teaches draw a picture of them on the beach with the horizon in the distance, and then he drew his as a curve, and they all started laughing, and he explained to them, what do you mean? This is the Earth. It very good, man, because as children we know.
Well, some
As children we know. Know what? Just leave it vague for people to imagine what they know as children.
Can we say again here that you've been muted this whole time?
Yeah.
Just so people are aware again.
It's on the screen. You can see that I am muted while this is all going on. They can see it.
was saying, I think it was Eli, was saying that part of the reason that we're trying to get TikTok to sell a platform to whoever is because there's so many young people on that who are going against the globe. Because the TikTok is full of young people, it is the YouTube of years ago. So they want to get control over, because I'd say God knows how many people are on TikTok, and God knows how many 14 to 24-year-olds are on it that are against the globe. I mean, there's numbers growing all the time, which is worrying. Regardless of what people want to say, whether you want to claim you're a flat earther or not, when you know it's not a globe, that's a problem for the mainstream, because they've been telling us it's a globe for generations. Bit of a problem,
But this one isn't special for Bev. If the Earth is a sphere, we won't have any horizontal planes. We do have horizontal planes. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. You put your P's and Q's in order, Bev.
I like it, Georgie. I like it. Nice. Yeah, Bev, what's the problem with that one?
It is fallacious argument. This guy created fallacious argument because you can have planes, even horizontal planes. Even Globers would say that they have horizontal planes, different horizontal planes. It doesn't mean that this is not a sphere. So what? This is no sequitur.
Well, he's not done the Earth. I mean, could you make the Earth into a sphere? Could get some of the Earth, make it into a sphere.
No, but he's saying, therefore, it is not a sphere because we have horizontal planes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Earth, is he classing that as a whole? Like the whole of everything? And calling that the Earth? Inclusive of water and trees and buildings? Hard to tell.
Yeah, but still, it's non sequitur. He's not this.
At the risk of assuming, yes, he means capital E, Earth, with the water and the land all together as one realm.
At least they're trying argumentation.
I'm just
right?
assuming.
At least people are trying. Obviously, right? It's going to spur on people to make arguments. Bring logic back. That's what I say. Symposium is open. It's now better than making an argument, placing it forward to your peers and saying, what do you think of that, guys? So well done. At least somebody's trying. It's took a while.
Oh, Nathan. Changes the pay.
Neil's got a proper attitude on it. Perhaps George should have done the arguments for you instead of QE. You can still hear my mic. Just they can't hear me. Still muted.
I didn't even know we were on the politics server.
I'll tell you the truth, Brian. I thought we were going to get a lot more people talking about. I thought we were going to get a lot more people bringing up this eclipse that's happening in a few days. I thought they'd be flooded in here. Ballers.
I brought it up about the court case that's been going on.
Ballers have left them.
Yeah.
What's that?
They're setting up for it already.
Funny how they know that.
They call that predictions. Own predictions. You're going to trip.
Fast forward, isn't it? In bits.
Mm-hmm.
It is bugged out, though.
Nathan's going to
come on, we can agree.
Well, you have United States, you have East Coast and West Coast, yeah?
Ah, I didn't know that.
And someone is off mute.
Eli.
Somebody's off mute.
Eli.
Projections are all over the place. None of them work with UTC time. Santiago is claimed to be -3 from -3 UTC time. You just can't trust this. You have to really, really.
Queens. Jeez, Nathan.
What's wrong with that?
It's New Orleans.
New Orleans.
New Orleans.
The way they say it down in the bayou is New Orleans. So Bev has an issue with you, Nathan. Where are you, Bev?
Yeah, I was waiting for you.
Muted.
Are you guys ready for Bev to come off mute?
Muted.
Yeah, he said you were ducking him. You
You're
said you
asking
just
us.
went to get a cup of coffee.
We're guests in your server. You realise that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's like, what do you want? Do you want to hear some Bev derp, or are you good?
Oh, see, there's Crit again. Do you want Bev to ask you the question? Would you like to hear his reply? Is the thing.
It's up to you.
All right, here we go.
Right, you ready? Nathan, we're going over the Modus Tollens tonight. You call it a logical consistency argument. Question is, why do you repeat the fallacious conclusion?
I thought you were going to give it me.
There you go. Did I not just ask him the question? Is he playing that he doesn't understand, ignorant of hearing the question?
Yeah.
Or is he just thinking that there's more to it, right? Does he not know how to answer? Perhaps he wasn't even listening when he was making coffee. Don't know. What, the fallacious conclusion, the one that QE gave you in the fallacious Modus Tollens that QE calls the Black Swan? Why do you still
Go on, let's hear it.
repeat?
And then let's hear it.
What, you don't know it? You repeated it the other day. The conclusion when you say the Earth is not a sphere. I mean, that's not the peace
Why
statement,
don't
is it?
you tell us?
That's not the P statement. So if I give you a rendition of the Modus Tollens, if Earth is a sphere, do I need to say any more? I don't think I do. You.
He doesn't even need to say the rest of the argument. That's all Nathan thinks he needs to say now.
It would make the Q statement non sequitur to antecedent.
Mm-hmm.
So he has to say that, because otherwise the whole conditional is going into a trash can.
So now what you're going to hear is how Nathan Oakley rebuts questions when stated, like you've obviously heard him repeat the fallacious conclusion. We've been over it. It took us, what, 2.5 hours at least going over the argument. For a good half hour was based around this statement, probably even more, really, because this is the fallacious part, obviously. But this is Nathan Oakley rebutting it now.
We're saying it's not the statement in P. Yeah,
No,
the
I
statement
think
of P
that
is
you need
if
to
Earth
reset because it's
Sound.
clipping badly.
Sound's gone
Yep,
again.
sound going.
Ooh,
Yep.
what's this God messing us about. Right, are you getting in?
It's starting
Hey.
to sound how Crit talks, with his speech impediment. It's funny.
sphere. Am I missing something, Bev?
That's not the peace statement, is it?
You said, how can I conclude with Earth is not a sphere?
Uh-huh.
And that's how the logical consistency works, starting with the statement, if Earth is a sphere.
Well, the Modus Tollens that QE states is.
We got
as
all
you
that. Is this
know,
guy stuck? Is this
the
guy got a
logical
malfunction? Has
consistency.
something got stuck? Has he got a record where he's stuck in one groove? What's going on? I heard that 3 times. I heard you say P statement, not P statement, conclusion, not.
Right, so Nathan's just stalling for time now, as far as I can see. He's hoping that somebody's going to come and help him, because he obviously knows what the QE's Modus Tollens was. He's repeated it many times, and now he thinks it's just if the Earth is a sphere. That's it. It's all he's willing to say.
Yes, so he is correcting backward.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not correcting conclusion, he's correcting P. But it's nonsense.
Yeah.
Because Q statement is nonsensical. If he's saying that if the Earth is a sphere, then there would be this measurement of horizon or whatever. It is non sequitur. It doesn't follow. He cannot end P statement with if the Earth was a sphere. It doesn't work.
Yeah. But so listen to the way Nathan deals with this question. It should be a dead simple thing. And he knows, I take it he knows what he's done. He knows the fallaciousness of the conclusion.
Sphere, how can you say that when that's not P statement? P statement rebuttal is if Earth sphere. I've dumbed it down. I've removed some of the words so to make it easier for you to understand, rather than just telling me about where I got Modus Tollens from for a fourth time, Bev. Got nothing. Is that it? You done?
Okay, so when we go over it tonight, we're going over the Modus Tollens. Modus Tollens is if P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. Right? To keep the consistency, we have the P statement stay the same. Why do you not keep the P statement the same?
P statement, if Earth a sphere,
That's
not
the
P.
statement,
Earth,
is it?
Is this troubling?
That's not the P statement.
Is this
from
troubling?
QE's
I was in the middle of the
argument.
statement. All I'm doing is repeating the statements, and you're yabbering through me like a
No,
scared.
now he is lying.
Yeah,
He's just
now
lying.
this is the dishonest part that everybody should be aware of with Nathan Oakley. This is how bad it gets. Now, you know, if you were somebody else coming from the outside, and this is, I presume, this is what the Globers do.
Like
or
Rob Key.
anybody. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Whoever comes into Nathan's arena to ask him questions about that. Right now, he's blatantly misunderstanding what the original P statement is for QE's argument. And trying to put it on me as well. That's even worse.
I wouldn't say that he doesn't understand, because he repeated this so many times. So for me, it's called lying by omission.
Yep,
He's
deception.
He's omitting deliberately this part about radius. I cannot believe, really, that he doesn't know that he should say something about radius in conclusion, because he was asked to repeat P statement, and now he's changing P statement, not conclusion.
Yeah. Yes,
So
it's completely deceptive, right? For the whole way through.
Absolutely. This lying by omission, sorry.
Does get worse, obviously. It's Nathan Oakley.
Little boy.
Little boy.
Notice he's not talking now. It's only when I'm talking that you need to yammer through the top of me. If P, then at the end of it, it's not P. We're all clear. You just summarised it beautifully. So if Earth sphere, conclusion, Earth not sphere, you say is wrong.
Listen to that. Ridiculous, right?
That doesn't sound like their argument, though.
It's not,
Yes.
is it?
I think people knew and know this argument very well because of this
and
repetition.
one more important thing. They expect people to read it back to them verbatim.
Uh-huh.
And if you can't quote their argument verbatim, you can't even discuss the argument.
And this is Nathan Oakley. He's doing this in front of his people, right? We're in Flat Earth 24/7 at the politics server where they're muting me. So Nathan Oakley can do this. Now, they're all witness to Nathan doing this. When he puts this out as an after show, everybody's going to hear Nathan Oakley doing this. This is the guy that they're supporting, the one that's giving them the proof of the flat earth, so-called. He's the man. Obviously deceptive.
It just sounds like you're stupid. I've got to be honest. That's my assessment of this situation here, Bev. You're just too stupid to understand one statement being a positive statement, if Earth sphere, and then the conclusion being not positive statement, Earth not sphere. You think those two aren't conducive. That's because you're stupid. Are you happy with my assessment of the scenario that have been put forth? You're just stupid and can't understand if P and not P, if Earth sphere, not Earth sphere. Those are perfectly conducive. But if you're going to spend a whole show dealing with this, I thoroughly advise anybody who's watching to unsubscribe immediately, because that will be a waste of time based on a stupid man's lack of comprehension of a statement in P and then not P.
This is why there may not be an awful lot of people listening tonight, because Nathan Oakley has forewarned his people. At least everybody over at the politics server knows, because they're the ones that heard this. Whether Nathan Oakley's put it out as a members only or what, who knows. But Nathan Oakley obviously doesn't want people to listen to us going over the Modus Tollens argument and the fallaciousness or, logical consistency of such an argument claimed by Nathan Oakley. One day he claims one thing, another day he claims another thing. Anybody asks him why he's continuing with the fallacy, he just calls them stupid.
Yeah, I don't think a man like me got that message, because he blatantly disregarded Nathan's order.
Well, he might not have been watching. He might not be aware. Or maybe that might be Nathan Oakley trying to do some defensive work. Who knows? You don't know what's going on in this arena. The point is that, we're only a small channel. A lot of people will know this, but a lot of flat earthers, Nathan Oakley's got an audience of 100. Now, let's suppose that at least 20% of those people are actually flat earthers and not sort of globers watching for a laugh, or Flat Earth Society to learn how he obfuscates arguments. Right? That's 20 people that might be fooled by Nathan Oakley and this particular defense of an argument, right? Flat Earthers, or the Globe Earthers and the Flat Earth Society guys, might all be learning about how Nathan rebuts arguments. They might think this is the way you rebut it. You make an argument that may seem fallacious to other people, and if other people question you on it, then this is what you do. You just call them silly little boys and call them names. Maybe you've got enough people round to support you, to mute other people, right? To push them out of the way so you don't have to hear them. But that's what people are learning from the way Nathan does this.
So, my assessment, you're thick. Okay?
Here you go.
Done? Jolly good. So, in conclusion, unsubscribe from Bev immediately, because he is time-wasting idiot who can't comprehend simple logic. He's literally challenged based on Earth being a sphere. How can you have the conclusion Earth's not a sphere when if P, not P, is completely justified, and the exact summary of Modus Tollens formulated by QE as a logical consistency? Notice he stopped calling it a fallacious Modus Tollens. We managed to whack that one out of you, did we, Dumbo?
Conclusion.
We managed to whack that one out of your lips that you're going to start flapping through the top of the middle of me.
Did call it fallacious Modus Tollens that QE calls the Black Swan at the beginning. He's already heard me say that. There's no need for him to say that he stopped me from saying it. That's a blatant lie too. It's just full of lies. And, I'm presuming the flat earthers can see this. Or is this what they want? Is this what flat earthers want in order to rebut statements that they make? That they can just make any fallacious statement that they want. And whenever anybody challenges them on it, this is what Nathan Oakley's showing them that they should do. Rather than rebut the questions or anything with answers, you just ad hom people. Blatantly abuse them. Lie to your fans and everything. That's what people are seeing. Or are people not seeing it? Glaringly obvious to me, because I'm involved in these conversations. I don't know what other people are looking in and seeing. I don't know.
Asking you a question that you've detected is going to be embarrassing. I notice you've stopped using the term Fallacious modus tollens. Wanker, stupid, moron, idiot, dumb fuck.
See, did you hear that? Again, I've heard him do that a few times. That's like a nervous tick that he gets. I don't know why he does it. There's something really strange about that. Listen to it again.
A question that you've detected is going to be embarrassing. I notice you've stopped using the term fallacious modus tollens. Wanker, stupid, moron, idiot, dumb fuck.
The problem, I've not stopped using it. I've used it all the time. I will continue to use it. He comes to a fallacious conclusion by changing the P statement. He doesn't even want to address that. And he thinks he's taking it away from us saying it. I've been saying it for 4 years. You're not going to stop me saying it, Nathan. I know you're not going to hear this, so it doesn't really matter. Proper statement is the fallacious modus tollens that QE
There it
calls
goes.
the
He said
black
it again.
swan.
Let's have a drink. If you're playing at home, every time this dumb fuck says fallacious modus tollens, take a shot.
See, now what Nathan's doing here, I believe, is that he doesn't want people saying that it's a fallacious modus tollens because he comes to a fallacious conclusion by changing the p-value. And he does it by doing this. He's mocking me for saying it's fallacious, which it obviously is, in the hope that nobody else will actually say it. He's getting all of his team to join in with the way he's rebutting it. So he's teaching people how to rebut the fallacious modus tollens. And this isn't new. It's been going on for years. We've been pointing this out to Nathan for over 4 years now. And this is Nathan's response. Obviously, this was literally recorded today. So this is still going on by Nathan. These are his tactics.
Yes, but and by changing P statement now, he's making new, because in fact he's changing whole argument into another argument. Because if in original P statement we have if the Earth is a sphere with radius of and number, and now it is only if the Earth is a sphere, it is he's changing P into different, because we have different predication. And this predication, sphere, has nothing to do with Q statement. So when correcting, quote unquote, correcting this P statement, he is making non sequitur conditional. It means it is even worse than original fallacious modus tollens. I don't know if he realized that or not. I don't know, but he should. That he is creating even worse, more fallacious modus tollens. That's terrible.
Hey, I just want to thank Gords for the memberships, 10 memberships. And Mishu gifted 20. Wow, thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you guys. I don't know whether you can place a thing. Oh, look, Ruhif's got one. Yeah.
Wow.
Flynn. Yeah, well done.
Strange.
There's loads of people.
There you go.
You might hear a little bit about that in. Thank you very much, guys. I don't know what you're going to think of what Nathan Oakley and Adam Meakin say in a bit, but yes, thank you very much.
That might be lethal.
You are in the middle of embarrassing yourself, Bev. You carry on.
And Nathan Oakley call the Black Swan.
We had that 5 times. Back on that groover.
If I had to take a shot every time that he said that in here, I would have died of alcohol poisoning long ago.
That's what I was going to say. You're going to kill everybody, Nathan.
Do we want to go into this further, Bev? If P, Earth a sphere, not P, Earth not a sphere, those are perfectly acceptable. Did you say you were going to have a whole show on that? Just checking if you're going to cancel that show or what. Or you could yammer through the middle of my question I'm putting to you, because that'll make it like it doesn't happen. It's like you don't have to listen.
Look, he's using the fundy mute button. Like his audience obviously can't hear what I'm saying when he's talking. Everybody knows that. But the recording that we're getting here, it comes through the Discord. I mean, I'm recording it, so that's why you can hear me and Nathan. But to Nathan's people, he's got a noise gate. He can't hear that. So whatever Nathan's saying is what's going out to his audience. That's what they want to hear, apparently.
I was going to say, you're going to cancel that show then. Now I've pointed out how stupid it is to say Earth not a sphere is the same as the if P statement being Earth's a sphere.
I think it's been quite worthwhile us going over the Modus Tollens, particularly with this, using this as an example. But now we are getting into the actual debate style. I mean, this is Nathan Oakley that we're talking to here, and now he's the head of a YouTube channel called Flat Earth Debate. This is Nathan showing you how he can rebut claims that he's repeating a fallacious conclusion that QE's given him.
Yes, he's changing whole argument.
Changing the P
into
statement.
another.
Like I just said, there's no good changing the P statement. That's not going to help, is it? Like the people that are listening, they're the ones that, Nathan's doing this for. He's not doing it for me. I'm not doing it for me either. I'm just pointing out that QE has handed out a fallacious argument to flat earthers, for flat earthers to repeat. And like Rob Keane said, and a man like me, they've taken it on for the first bit for Rob Keane, and for still a man like me. They still defending it as an argument, but it's not.
Yes,
Just
and
make
by the
yourself
way,
look terrible, and this is how you rebut it. Now Nathan's teaching you how to rebut these statements of questions.
Yeah,
pretty much the same as how is the Earth measured flat? Because he's telling them to do that too.
I'd like to say something to that. I was fooled by that logical argument when I found out about logic and realized it was fallacious.
yes, but his rebuttal is he doesn't understand that when he's changing this P statement, he has to change Q statement because this Q statement, which is written already, it doesn't fit this new P statement. He has to change also Q statement. You cannot just change P statement and Q is already there, so we will not change it because it is okay. No, let's say that it was okay for original P statement. It wasn't really, but let's give them this concession that it was fitting P statement. But if he changes P statement, and he is doing that, and he knows that he is doing that, and at the same time he's not changing Q statement, so or he is just delusional, or he is just silly, or I don't know. He has to change Q statement, and he is not doing that.
This is really just the way that it is trying to communicate with Nathan Oakley. This is what he's turned the Flat Earth Debate into. And this is what Nathan Oakley has turned Flat Earth Debate. Because he's not changing debate, right? He's just linking Flat Earth Debate into this thing. This show that you're watching right now. This is the Nathan Oakley Flat Earth Debate show. And this is what Nathan's showing everybody. This is what Flat Earth Debate is. This is why I say you need to end the Flat Earth Debate. You need to end this sort of stuff. Doesn't bother me. I'm not a flat earther. But Nathan Oakley is teaching people to do this. There was 100 people watching Nathan Oakley earlier. There won't be when he goes over it and does this thing again, but 100 people watching. And what are they learning from it? Where'd you get?
You're going to cancel that shit now, yeah?
You have
Stupid
a radial
pointless
value
show
in
that
the,
you were going to
in the
have.
initial
We're
statement,
going to have. Just asking if you're cancelling that show or not, Bev.
You're backtracking, Nathan, to try and justify.
I'm asking if you're cancelling a show based on my answer.
No,
So it is perfectly acceptable. Still doing it. okay. Yeah, definitely right advice from me. Unsubscribe immediately. Don't want to waste your time with that.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be watching Nathan's fallacious conclusion. Repeating of it.
The people are watching me make a logical consistency offered by QE.
It's
You
not
don't understand
logically
how if
consistent
Earth a
if you
sphere and
change
Earth
the
not a
P
sphere would be
statement, no, is
two
it?
conducive statements.
There you go. So he does think it's logically consistent what QE's given him.
No, it's terrible.
Hmm?
His new rendition of QE argument with this every measurement or whatever, because this is new rendition. It is not an original 4 years old argument. It is new rendition. So adding this every is making trouble in Q statement, to speak politely, and his defending of this argument by changing P statement without changing Q statement, it's just terrible, I would say. Completely illogical. Really, but really bad thing what he's doing. I didn't expect that. I thought that he would do better. It is just terrible what he is doing right now.
Well, I didn't actually, because this is what Nathan Oakley's been doing over the years, right? It takes a while for you to see it. Maybe you've been listening to it, but yeah, this is what Nathan Oakley does. I mean, he's allowed to do it as well. That's the point. Nathan Oakley and the YouTube etiquette, right? He doesn't want people hearing about Modus Tollens, literally, even for a small little channel. So yeah, if you are a subscriber to Nathan Oakley, you probably don't want to listen to this, because this is Nathan Oakley showing his true self in rebutting obviously fallacious argument, but maybe you can turn it round on us as well. Maybe you can do what Nathan Oakley does.
And now you need to yammer through the top of that.
A lot of this yammering.
It's the gap, the pause where you could be talking rather than through the top of me. It's only through the top of me that Bev communicates. That's how it works. Stupid people and stupid people problems. When people communicate, Bev, you wait for a gap, then you respond, rather than starting your sentence in the middle of mine. It's dumb fuck behaviour, like stupid people who don't know how to communicate. You. Meanwhile, you need to cancel that show, Bev. It's a waste of time for a lot of people who aren't listening to me telling them that they need to detach themselves from that waste of time.
Perhaps it's just the people that are on about logic, you know.
Well, I'm so glad you
If
didn't
P
cancel
Earth is
today's show.
Well, I mean, this is more of the thing that we are going to be doing more of. This is where I made most of my gains. I come to more peace and understanding, really, through learning this logic. Since Raven, thank you very much, Raven, came round and gave us the trivium. Logic was already there, but the trivium, that really changes things. It shows you. I mean, we've done all of the first principles and back to basics, but the trivium, really, that is the ultimate back to basics. You have to understand where Aristotle and Plato, where all of the beginnings of all of these things came from. You in order to get the trivium, you go back and do all of that stuff. You have to. So it was like the ultimate first principles for me. And yeah, I'm eternally grateful to Raven. He came round at just the right moment, a gift from Logos, if you will. So that's what we are going to be doing a lot more of. And obviously that's led us to this. But, I mean, this has been ongoing. This particular one argument has been ongoing for over 4 years now.
Yeah.
People who want to know
not
actual
P,
arguments.
Earth not a sphere. Yeah, that's perfectly logical within Modus Tollens. We've gone through it 3 or 4 times now. Haven't really responded to it, though.
We just do real arguments, Nathan. No fallacies.
It's lovely. So if Earth, sphere, Earth not a sphere, you don't understand how those two statements are both P and not P. You don't understand that. So do you need to explain it to you again?
Nathan, do you want to try that again? Sounds like a really ridiculous argument you've just made.
If P then Q, not P, therefore not Q. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
That's
and you didn't
Modus
say
Tollens.
Q in that little mess that you just went off on.
Yeah, he likes to change things to try and confuse people. I mean, I've been dealing with it for years. And admittedly, it wasn't from the Flat Earthers. It was from what I call the Flat Earth Society. Nathan, really, he's just adding himself to the Flat Earth Society. There's a lot of this sort of stuff, and if you're not prepared for this type of psychological torture, if you will, right? Because you're going onto a channel, it's public, he's broadcasting it to YouTube, he's recording it, and yeah, this is what Nathan does. Now, I don't know whether Nathan thinks that this is a valid form of communication. I don't know. I don't know whether he's been conditioned like this from the Flat Earth Society and the way that they talk to me over the last few years. But it's all been documented. You can go back and listen to it all. Conversations with people. That's what leads to this type of behavior. I don't know what to call it, really. It's not communicating, though. It's not efficient communication. Isn't it? What you just repeated just before was
why are you asking me?
About
Don't you know?
sphere not being a sphere. That sounds ridiculous.
Yeah,
No
it
wonder
isn't.
you're
If you've
struggling.
got a sphere, do you want to repeat the argument to us? Give us it in its full rendition.
Yeah, we'll leave that to you, Nathan. You and QE.
I mean, you can't.
He can't do it.
Okay, jolly good. Well, it was lovely talking to you, Bev. Thanks.
Thank you.
Taught us all a good
That's
lesson
what I
here.
said earlier.
And be subscribed to Bev.
You should have just, and I know it would be just given into him.
The legal
But
question.
you should have just read off his argument. Fallacious as though it may be.
Well, we've gone over his argument. That was the whole point of it. Like, that's why we were going over the Modus Tollens. We're just using Nathan Oakley and QE's rendition of the argument to explain how people can inbuild fallacies into arguments. And it's one of the simplest arguments to do, the Modus Tollens. But listen to this. This is fun, this bit. Adam Meakin, he's got to have a go.
To Bev.
Quick question. A legal question. If somebody keeps sending you subscriptions to their channel unsolicited and you don't want them, can it be classed as harassment?
See, Adam called that a legal question, and it's harassment. I hope you're listening out, Gods and Mishu.
Why? Because Adam gets free memberships? Because he's in the chat?
Yeah. Well, did you hear that, Gods? Specifically you and Mishu, right? I'll go back over it again, just so in case you weren't here listening. Right, here we go.
If somebody keeps sending you subscriptions to their channel unsolicited and you don't want them, can it be classed as harassment?
Do you mean subscriptions?
Will you please stop sending me free subscriptions to your channel? I don't want them. I've no desire for them, but you send them me every month.
Every month? Every month. Stop sending Adam Meakin free subscriptions. Now, what he means is memberships. He's saying stop sending him free memberships. Adam Meakin. I don't know whether when you hand them out, whether you can say not him.
Yeah, you have to pick that up with YouTube, not the channel. Thanks,
Right,
Adam.
now listen. Now this is worthwhile to anybody that is listening, because I know Paige had it. I think Paige wasn't really getting them, and this is how how you managed to get these free memberships. Right, so listen to this.
Leave me alone, you stalking creepy man.
Who was that?
The Adam Meakin.
All right. I'm not aware of doing that, Adam Meakin.
Somebody's doing it on your behalf then.
All right.
Not aware of a
Oh,
lot,
wait a
Dad.
minute. You mean when
know
you
that.
get memberships? You become a member of my channel.
No,
That's
Bev.
right, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
Every
All right, I
month,
remember.
somebody. Yeah, you remember buying it for me now, do you?
No. You must have clicked the button to say that you wanted to receive the memberships. You must have done that, Adam. You must have done that.
I don't go on your channel. Somebody's kindly sent it me. Said somebody's bought it you again. It's not. You've reviewed. You've renewed. I don't have channel, but somebody bought it me again. I just send it somewhere it's got more use because it's a bit of a waste of money.
Free
Beth.
memberships.
That's all I paid
They get handed out to whoever's clicked the button to say that they want to receive free memberships. The gifted.
No, that's not true. I get free memberships to Nathan's, and I don't have to click a damn thing.
I didn't know about that either.
You're a
but
liar, Bev.
I didn't want to mention it because it sounds like I'm ignorant or
Don't
something.
call
Bev
me a
knows.
liar. No, Neil's just called me a liar for saying that Adam Meakin has clicked a button that says you want free memberships.
Neil clicked the same button originally too that says allow gifts.
Yeah, but he's
People
calling
are
me a
dumb.
liar publicly for telling people how to get free memberships. Right, and then now listen to Nathan Oakley's response, right? Because he must be upset that people are getting free memberships. Right, I don't know how many people get free memberships to his channel, and maybe he's a little bit jealous that people are getting free memberships. I don't know, but like he seems upset about this. Listen,
I don't.
Neil.
I
Yeah,
get
Neil.
free memberships given to me, and I don't have to click a damn thing.
You must have
What
done
are
it
you
at some
on
point.
about?
You must have clicked it.
Fair enough. Where'd you click that? I was unaware of that actually, Bev.
I don't know. I can't see it. I don't get that choice for me to do it either.
How do you know it exists?
Because other people have told me that that's what you have to do in order
And I'm
to
telling
receive
you, and I'm
these free
telling you,
memberships.
Hold
I
on,
was
Neil.
just
Neil, he's not done with it. Neil, do you mind?
and I didn't have
Neil,
to click a
Neil,
damn
Neil.
thing.
I heard that 3 times. Yeah, he was about giving us his hearsay. Go ahead, Bev.
Apparently, there's a button that you click to say that you want to receive these free memberships.
I see. Where is that apparent?
I don't know. I don't have.
Sorry,
it
what are you
on my-
babbling about? Stop. Just said it apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently means. Do you not understand the words that you use?
You notice Nathan doesn't know where this thing is either. Right? But it's somehow he's just been made aware of
I do.
something, and it's just been made apparent to Nathan that there is a thing where people get free memberships. Perhaps he wants a piece
Can I
of it.
quickly, Bev? Can I quickly just tell you exactly how that works?
Yeah, we're going to go over it in a minute.
Well, I want to make sure everybody knows that whenever somebody gives memberships like Gord's or something, if you click the little present above the chat box, it comes up with a pop-up that has a green button that says allow gifts. That allow gifts button is then pressed, and then you will get free memberships from any channel. It could be from another channel you're on, watching a different channel, and they will allow gifts. You only have to click it once on some channel, and you will always receive memberships on any channel you go to. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we're just going to go over this in a minute. Exactly that, yes. So it's worth noting that there is a thing that you can click on where you allow gifts. And that way you end up getting free memberships from any channel that you're on. But you need to click that box. If you don't click that box, you don't get the chance to get free memberships.
Is it apparent? I don't know. Why the bloody hell have you just told me it's apparently then?
Because
Just
the
use
members in
Bev,
the channel
stop. You don't need to yammer through me when I correct.
You notice he did just ask me a question, and then the moment you try to answer, he starts talking about yammering on.
This is typical for him.
Typical, yeah. It's a tactic that Nathan uses. Now, I don't know whether people don't notice it or whether they enjoy Nathan doing this sort of stuff. I can only presume people enjoy Nathan doing this. I think it makes flat earthers look fucking ridiculous. But maybe that's the idea. Maybe that's what they want.
Your poor use of English. You can contain yourself, son. You understand? You don't grasp the words you use. What you mean is, no one told me something and I'm now repeating it without checking a single bit of validity about it, and I don't know and can't be questioned. Shut up, Bev. You heard somewhere some nonsense, did you, son? That what you heard? You don't need to give us this standard. It's shite. Your stupid audience may accept your stupid standard that you can't back.
Now, I don't take it personally. Nathan Oakley doesn't actually mean the stupid audience, a man like me. I know you're listening and you do watch Nathan Oakley and you're a fan of him. He's not actually saying you're stupid. He's just lashing out because he's that type of a person. You know, some people might like it when he's saying it, but, you know, like when this is... we don't agree with what Nathan's saying. Sorry, audience.
In any way, shape or form based on hearsay.
Okay.
Shut up, Bev.
Here we go. It's
Simmer down, you stupid pretender clown retard,
gifting.
with your stupid
You
hearsay
click
standard that nobody cares about. You don't care what you were told by some third party, Bev. You don't know about YouTube or how it works or how it gives out free memberships. You're basing this on some crap somebody told you, because that's your standard, son. It's not our standard here, son.
It's in the membership gifting bit, and you click on a button to accept gifting.
That?
For anybody who wants to check on YouTube.
It's the membership gifting bit. Where's that a tab? Be specific. Where do I see it?
Where's the
Let's
membership
see.
click button? On YouTube.
Why are we talking about this?
Where is that?
Like Nathan Oakley, surely
needs to know all this
understands that you
information.
can get a membership thingy from your channel. Nathan Oakley should know about this. He's a YouTuber. He's purportedly getting his mortgage paid. He's the YouTuber. He's the professional. Like, why is he doing this sort of stuff publicly? What's going on? The people
Bev, I
that are
heard.
looking at YouTube now, I'm in Discord, right? So
Where do I
any
see
of
this?
your pit members that are looking at their YouTube when they're watching this, when you put it out, they'll be able to check where the membership gifting bit is, where they want to subscribe. The button you press when you want to subscribe as a member, that button.
Why are we talking about this?
As a member.
I don't know, because Nathan
you just
wants
have to
to
pay.
do something. I don't know.
You just have to pay. My bad. Do I not get to respond?
it's
If Bev
because
makes his
Adam
claim and then
Meakin,
just
isn't
keeps
it?
talking,
Became
my
a member
audience,
on
I'll
my
just try
channel.
and respond to Bev. But his delusionary ideas of just keep yammering through the top of something that he's not substantiated yet. All right. So you're saying it's part of the subscribe button. I wasn't aware of that. So when you press the subscribe button, you're saying if you want to become a member, my impression was that you just have to pay at that point. You're suggesting, by way of hearsay, you're not substantiated this yet, there's actually a button that says, would you like a free membership, if it's available, and you click subscribe. Is that correct?
I don't know. You accept gifting, and then if anybody gifts free memberships, you then are applicable for getting one of those free memberships.
Where do you click accepting gift memberships? Where's that?
Hey, I've only done that on your channel once. This is the weird thing. So I've done it on yours, and like 6 months ago, I did it because people were giving them out, and I got.
Right now.
So you're not a liar then.
Pay close attention to what Adam is about to say and what Nathan interprets that as, right? Very close attention to this. because this is what's happening at the flat Earth debate, right?
Gifted one on yours, and that's the only time I've ever pressed the button.
Who's yours?
And I said,
Who's yours?
yours, as in Nathan Oakley, 1980. Yeah, so when I'm in
So
the
Adam
chat there,
does
then I
know
got
where it
gifted
is
one.
then. Adam's done it.
Hold on, he's just
Let
in the
me-
middle of
well,
telling
Bev,
us.
Bev, I'm trying to get it out, mate. It's not a point of contention that you can score points on. Probably will make you look after the liar again, but there you go. I did that.
That actually makes
like I say,
that
a
look
long
pretty
time-
good.
Well, they think it makes me look daft. Adam's just admitted to actually clicking that fucking button. Here we go.
Time ago, and I've not done anything since. I've certainly never been onto Bev's channel in many, many moons. Never even opened up the Discord, and that's not just a cheap attack. That's just like a statement of facts. So, so I've definitely never been on and said, "Oh, can I blag a free membership from Bev's?" So maybe once you do it once, it opens you up to accept for anybody that's putting them out there for free.
There you go. So what did?
Yes. Yes, it does, Adam. Well done. Well done for coming up for that. So, right, we're going to go round to the button now, right?
Did you actually have to
very
click on?
strange.
Hold on mine. What did you have to actually click on?
It was when I think Jardo's giving something
Found
and
it
they're coming
for
up,
you,
and when you
so-
see it, you click on it and it says, click,
So here you go, right? In the chat, you'll be able to see on screen for the YouTube guys. I've posted the screen for Nathan Oakley's. It says Nathan Oakley, 1980, gift settings. Allow gifts right at the top of it. And there's a little selection button there. You can click it where you allow gifts. You could receive 1 month membership to channels you interact with, including Nathan Oakley 1980. You can still receive gifts from channels you've allowed before. There you go.
So problem solved, seemingly.
Allow gifts.
somewhere else
So
to
Bev's not a
activate yourself
liar,
for
though.
this option.
That's the thing.
Look in the live. Well, depends what you want to call a liar. Apparently, you're just allowed to say that people are liars whenever you want when you're on
Yes.
the Flat Earth debate crew. Anyway, you don't have to justify why you say it, even if it seems like you've just said it and then you've been contradicted that it's not a lie. It doesn't really matter. You don't have to take it back or anything. Say whatever you want nowadays.
Right, Bev, sorry, Adam, sorry, I'm really
I'd look
sorry,
it up for you,
Adam, just 1
Nathan.
second. Bev, who has literally never experienced this, feels
I
the need
found
to tell
it
you
for
what
you,
he's heard
Nathan.
via hearsay through the top of me
I found it for
and
you, Nathan.
you explaining your
I found
first-hand
your
experience of it.
thing
Bev
for
thinks
you
his
that people
priority
can
is
click.
him and his hearsay over the top
In
of
the
your
live
first-hand
chat,
experience,
Nathan.
Adam. So I asked you if you'd
got it.
experienced this where it was apparent. You said you didn't know. That's
been
the
and
end of your
found it for
involvement.
you.
My bad. Ev's.
Like, you can hear me saying, I found it for you, Nathan. It's there in the live chat. Nathan, I found it for you. And he considers that yammering over him, while he just completely ad homs me and completely misunderstands what I'm saying, whilst calling me a liar. This is Flat Earth debate. This is what people subscribe to.
Belligerent childlike behaviour means that the middle of my sentence is the start of his. Again, there'll be prolonged, protracted silences after I point out that Bev has no experience of this. Adam has first-hand experience. That's why I told him to shut up. Now I want to hear the person with first-hand experience, and I'm hearing Bev parrot and yammer through the top of him because he's a belligerent child. Now, meanwhile, now I've cleared those airways for Adam with his first-hand experience of how this is actually in functional operation, because I'd like to know the facts and details, not some tosspot's idea of what he thinks happens based on what someone told him.
You have to remember, Adam's upset at getting a free membership. Adam is crying about getting a free membership, and this is what Nathan's doing now.
That's what Bev's got to offer. I'd rather hear from Adam, who's actually experienced it. Thank you, Bev. Can you shut the hell up while Adam tells us his first-hand experience? I've heard your ear say. Thank you. Ed Adam.
So what I've done is I've gone into the email that had told me that I'd been gifted a Bev channel membership. What it says here, in terms of opt-in for gift memberships, there are many ways to opt in for gifts, included but not limited to doing it as I did in live chat on a videos watch page, using a creator's unique opt-in URL with / allow gifts at the end. Opt in through the live chat where you can go in and select the.
Just 1 second.
within
I'm
the
sorry to
live chat,
interrupt.
select allow
Stop.
gifts.
Stop. Therefore, someone could take your channel URL and put add gifts and just send it to YouTube, and you would automatically be entitled to gifts if somebody else to describe that to you.
Did you hear that? Nathan's on about taking somebody else's URL and opting them in. No. Adam, click the button. I don't know what Nathan's doing here.
As I understand, it means that if you click allow gifts, it means that whoever will send you a gift, you will receive that. You will become a member.
Yeah.
You don't need to accept particular channel or whatever, because you just allowed gifts. It means that you allowed all gifts from anybody.
I think so. I think that's what it means, right? And I think Adam's trying to say that, right? But Nathan Oakley thinks it means that somebody's taken Adam's URL and sent him a thing, right? Added him into some sort of a draw. I don't know. Do you get emails or whatever? I haven't got a clue. I don't think I've ever clicked that on anyone, because I don't think I've got any channel
I tried to
memberships.
explain it as simple as I could.
Yeah. I've put a thing on there like Adam clicked this. I try and help them as much as I can. But they're not listening. And like first-hand experience, Adam's had first-hand experience, and Adam's the one that's crying about it in the first place. He actually called it a legal matter when he started off talking about it. Thinks it's a legal matter. He's getting
the thing that
harassed.
gets me here, honestly, the thing that gets me is Nathan has been a YouTube creator for how long?
Yeah.
And he doesn't know how GIFs work on his channel. Anyone, just like thank you Gourds and thank you Mishu earlier, instead of super chatting, purchased gifts that can be given out for free. And as Paper and everybody else said, once that happens and they purchase those memberships, a notice goes out into the YouTube live chat and it says, pick up a free membership. Gourdzilla 37 has gifted 10 memberships. Mishu has gifted 20 memberships. And you have to click the button that says accept. And you have to get there quick because they go fast, as you could plainly see in our
YouTube
YouTube
click
chat.
the button once. You could click the button like 3
Yes.
years ago, or whenever it came out.
Well,
I
he
don't know how
clicked
long
it.
that it's been going
No,
out.
no, no.
But
He-
you
no,
have
no,
to.
no, no. No, hang on. He clicked the button recently. I don't know when it was, but it was Mishu sent a gifted membership.
No, Kev, no. All
Yeah.
you've got to do is you've got to click the button on someone's channel once. And then all of the channels that you're subscribed to, you can receive free memberships. Now, obviously, it'll get handed out on like who's watching first, right? So you'll get priority. But I mean, if there's only 10 people watching and somebody gives out 50 memberships, it'll hand out 40 memberships to people that aren't actually watching. They might not be. I mean, that might be. We don't even know.
all right.
I mean, Adam, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he's not watching. I mean, why would he want to watch this thing? Because Nathan Oakley's told him not to, right? You wouldn't want to be watching anything like this to find out all of the fallacious arguments that the flat earthers give, right? You wouldn't want to hear any of that. So, I mean, he could have just got an email saying he got a membership, but I mean, he still clicked the button to get free memberships. And he's upset about it.
I see. Yeah, well, I guess that would be upsetting if you don't know how it works. And he accidentally got a free membership, maybe?
Yeah,
or maybe he really was in the YouTube live chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that might be why he's upset.
It said that he got one.
Yeah.
I saw that he got one.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely received a membership. That's why he's on the thing. But, I mean, he seems upset about receiving free memberships to YouTube channels. I mean, I'm thankful
YouTube,
for you,
I
Gords
guess.
and Mishu. Thank you very much. But apparently Adam Meakin isn't that impressed. It's only YouTube, right? I mean, it has been stated just recently that Nathan Oakley has got to be the worst businessman ever. This is his profession. He's a YouTuber, a professional YouTuber. Telling people how much he does playing computer games, stress testing his PC. And yet he doesn't even know anything about this. Crazy. Handing out free memberships. You never know, it might be classed as harassment in years to come.
Correct, Adam. You don't have to do anything. Someone
No.
could have done that on your behalf then.
See, Nathan thinks somebody else could have done it on his behalf. And now Nathan's getting upset about it. Crazy.
Well, yeah, it's sounding like that. No, if you're selected for a gift membership, your channel name is visible to the public. This info. No, I don't know if I think that's just what I'm saying. I've never specifically gone to Bev's beg for a membership. Anytime I've done it was on, I said on your channel.
Yeah, and,
then
opted,
as I
yeah,
said,
and
the
you
last
opted
few
in.
months, I've just
Yeah, that's enough. That's for you to opt in. There's various methods of opting in to that system.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, unlike what Bev had told us, which was just an acceptance tick that you have to give on a tab that wasn't actually detailed. No, there's a multitude ways that you.
The tab that's not detailed in the chat. You can literally see it. Adam clicked this with a thing. And Nathan calls that not detailing it. Right? Nathan's oblivious to this.
would be
Yes,
entitled
he's
to
acting
receive
like,
free
like a
memberships.
child, I would say. Just
Nathan
like
Oakley's a
clueless child.
professional YouTuber. Look how upset he's
This
getting.
is just hilarious, yeah.
Nathan Oakley's upset for Adam being upset about being gifted a free membership.
This is gold, Bev. Gold.
Including adding your channel name to a bit of a URL with that code that you just described. That would submit you, or just accepting one if someone offers it to you in a live chat circumstance. Whatever reason the algorithm love would be offered to you, we don't know either, it doesn't say, but that would mean you opted in. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds very contrary to what Bev was told by hearsay. But there we go. I mean, it's nice to know the actual facts from somebody who's looking into these things rather than parroting hearsay.
It sounds contrary to what I've said. It's like definitely not contrary. You've clicked the fucking button. Simple as. And Adam admitted that he clicked it.
He could click it on Nathan Oakley channel. It doesn't matter.
He did click it on Nathan Oakley. That's what he said.
Yeah.
He's clicked it on Nathan Oakley's channel.
So he thinks
But
that
if you
he
interact
click-
with any other channel, you can also receive memberships from that channel.
Yeah.
If you've interacted with it.
Yep.
Yeah, this is how I understand what you said, Rob. So, but Adam Meakin thinks that he would receive gifts only from Nathan Oakley channel.
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
I think
that
what
way.
this might be is that we have to give him the benefit of the doubt, right? Because you might not have to interact with them. Because if he had have interacted with us, he'd have gone against Nathan Oakley's wishes, right? He would have been actually listening to him. And I'm pretty sure Adam Meakin wouldn't have been listening to this channel or even interacted with it in any way. He can't have done. There must be something wrong with the YouTube thing.
Jolly good. Thank you, Adam.
It's handy to know for
By
anybody
clicking
who
join
wants to
on
watch
any
people
channel
on YouTube.
or
Sorry,
watch
the
page.
guy who rumpused you with hearsay wants his words in now. Go ahead, Bev.
Just to confirm, I found it there. But it says by clicking join on any channel or watch page with memberships, it enables it. So there you go.
Oh, just by looking at the channel, you're opting in.
By clicking gifting, trying to gift from any channel. So when I went to yours, that's enabled now.
It's like, oh, I've just noticed that Bev might have been right all along. Perhaps. I don't know. Maybe not. Don't know.
I enabled the function for my YouTube account to receive any free gifts.
Perfect.
There you go. So Adam clicked a button that allowed him to gain free memberships.
Is he really this stupid? No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He even said it himself. Like, what's going on here? This is one of those situations, right, where the well has been poisoned so much that because I say something, they have to go against it. It's terrible.
Yeah, I need one more
Imagine living
important
your life like this. Whenever you say anything to anybody, it has to be denied.
I have a lot of memberships to a lot of channels. I only have memberships for free from channels that I've watched.
Don't say that. That would mean Adam Meakin has had to have interacted or watched this channel. And like I say, he wouldn't have done that. That'd be upsetting. It'd be offending to him. Right, Nathan Oakley might have a go at you. So...
Adam Meakin as black sheep. Not good. Not good.
I'll go back 10 seconds, right? Because everybody heard Adam Meakin say that he'd click the button, right? On Nathan's channel. Nathan heard him say it. So Adam clicked a button that allowed him to gain free memberships.
Is he really this stupid? No, he didn't. Did you not listen to a word he just frigging said? Oh, if you go up 16 octaves, it won't change what he just said.
He did just say
Are you
that.
not listening to anything anybody says?
I heard
the
Adam
problem?
when he just said, when he clicked it on your channel, that allows him to get memberships from anyone's channel. That's what Adam just said to you.
Adam,
Nathan.
did you click on a
not hear him?
page that asked you... Adam, did you click on a page, as suggested by Bev, that specifically asked you if you would like to accept memberships or not?
Adam Meakin won't answer, but he wants to say yes, because he obviously said it earlier. But he can't say yes now, because that would make Nathan look fucking ridiculous.
He is looking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right now, so don't worry.
Nathan
It's
Oakley,
quite
YouTuber extraordinaire.
Yeah, it's quite amusing because I heard him talk. They were talking the other day on Oakley's stream, and Adam doesn't have a membership to Oakley's because it came up, and he said, "Well, I haven't actually got one. I'm hoping that somewhere I can blag one for free because I'm too tight to buy one." He said on his own on Nathan's stream.
Yeah, he's like, come on, people, buy Nathan Oakley some free
Yeah.
membership so I can have one.
Yeah, yeah, he hasn't even got one there.
Thank you very much, Steve. Make sure you get yourself one, hopefully. Thank you. All welcome. Unless it's Nathan, Adam Meakin. He doesn't seem too grateful. There's no answer from Adam.
I'm glad we got clarity from Adam.
Yeah, he did. He said he clicked it on your page.
What I heard.
Everybody
Read that,
heard
please.
him say it.
To be fair, it does work like that on what is it? I think it's Rockfin, where if you have a membership to just one channel, like you can have membership to all channels. So maybe it's something like that.
Yeah, it's not really about that. It's just about Bev standards. That's really what the point of this is. The underlying point.
Just about Bev standards. So
It's,
thank you very
YouTube
much, people that buy memberships. Thank you very much. It's all about my standards. I'm thankful.
There are YouTube standards, not yours. You didn't invent that standard. Sorry.
Well, it was Adam that got upset, really. I mean, I don't know how I was meant to react to it other than to let people know how to receive these free memberships that are being so gratefully gifted by the people that watch this channel.
But yet there are YouTube standards. He should be upset to YouTube, not to you. I don't understand.
There should be another button to click that if you don't want to be getting memberships, because then you might be able to be seen watching, right? That might be the thing that he's upset about, right? That people actually know that Adam Meakin watches when Nathan says to not watch. Maybe that's what might be what he's... But I mean, I don't know. Speculation.
Point.
Go on, what standards are they, Nathan?
Yeah, exactly.
That Adam got a free membership to my YouTube channel.
Are you retarded?
And that's QE coming to save Adam.
Yeah.
What a brilliant question, right? And
yeah, hang on.
always in there with the top questions.
It is instead of good morning.
Yeah.
Wait, just 1 second. To come in with that question, if someone is mentally retarded, do they know it? Like, why would you even ask that question? Like, they have so like convoluted these words and their schema of how they just like their mind works and the things they've accepted is beyond the pale. Like, it's like, I can't even. Are you retarded?
You do know who that was, right?
Yeah. That's like, shh, don't mention the black
Come on, Buster.
swan. Shh.
Sorry, Buster.
No, it's okay. I'm just like the stuff like that just baffles me and makes me kind of angry because it's like, number one, it's a derogatory term. They know it. They've tried to justify it. These guys are highly spiritual Christians, and I mean they use these derogatory terms that there are people with mental disabilities, and they use it flippantly.
Yeah.
You know, these terms. You know, it's okay. But to ask somebody that question, like, what if I was to walk up to somebody that actually was mentally, you know, like had that disability and go, "Are you retarded?" I mean, even me just saying that scenario is cringe. And they just, Bev, are you know, whatever.
It's meant to cause a reaction, right? That's what these guys are playing on. That's what brings them viewers. That's what the audience like to hear from these people. That's so, you know, that is modern flat earth. Like, this is flat earth debate.
Okay, that's fine. But Nathan is the worst of the worst hypocrites, in my opinion, because I've heard him go on about, I think it was Simon Dan and somebody else that was Globers, and he would say, "Oh, they're a fellow YouTuber like me. They're just trying to make their way. I have to encourage that." But you, no, unsubscribe. It's like that's hypocrisy on about the highest level you can get, in my opinion. You know,
hey, this is flat earth debate.
Yeah,
this is my experience of flat earth debate. This is what I know flat earth debate to be.
It's WWFE, like we've joked about for years. You know, I mean, these guys are like,
they've developed this, right? This is their style.
Mean Gene
this
Oakland.
is what they do, isn't it?
Well, I mean, yeah, and if you're tuning in, then hey, you guys keep on watching that wrestling match. Anybody out there listening, just keep on seeing who's going to get the L or W tonight.
Yeah.
And then argue about if
it's WWFE, right? It's all set up, and this is what people come to expect.
But it's okay. Well, let's take it a step further. it's like going to an actual WWE match, like for real. Like you'd go there and you'd point out to somebody, you do know this is like a put on. Like, yeah, they're up there, they're probably getting hurt, they're probably getting injuries, but it's a put on. And then somebody going, "How dare you? I paid money to come here to
How
see this."
dare you, Buster?
At least they're trained for it, right?
Yeah, I mean, they go to school for this. They learn how to like fall the right way, and they learn how to do the chokehold and throw them down. And the other guy learns how to land right. You know, how dare you? This is real.
Guys are ruining it for me right now.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like. I hope I didn't
No,
take it somewhere else.
I love you, Buster. That was great. Thank
Yeah,
you.
this is all about WWFE, right? You all know the script, you all know the act, and this is what people have come to expect. It's a pity that they can't support their arguments, but this is all they've got left. There's no difference. It's just going to get worse. Now we're highlighting the fact that their arguments are shit. I've been training myself, really, to get the rhetoric and all of that. So all of that stuff you've seen before, that's training now. This is the real shit's coming now. The proper arguments, we've got plenty of them.
But it's bad because you're walking up to the guy that's doing the show in the WWFE. He's like full on in character, and you're going, "Hey, you do know, you realize that you're ridiculous, right?" And they're going, "Man, I got a show to put on. Come on, dude." I mean, to me, that's what it's like. Yeah, like, how dare you?
It's fake.
It's like the magician. Magician's code is do not give away the trick. Like, if you know the trick and you know how to do it, you do it too, but don't give it away.
But if you're working out because the magician's shit, then you've got every right to point it out and go, "Look, they're in your fucking pocket, mate."
Yeah. Your sleight of hand's shit, dude.
It's not my fault. Doesn't even look like a trick. It's not. It's that obvious, right? And now QE coming in with that, right? We've just been talking about the Modus Tollens, the fallacious Modus Tollens that QE's supposedly invented. And can he rebut it? Can he say anything about it? No. This is what he comes in with. I'll do one rewind one, just so you can hear him again. Because it comes from nowhere. This is fucking ridiculous. Got a free membership to my YouTube channel.
Are you retarded?
Sorry.
It shouldn't be funny, right?
I know.
It isn't funny, but
I hate that word. Like,
yeah,
to me,
I know.
like,
I hate it too. I think I have a go at him for saying it. I just think
Well, good.
the way he comes in, and that's all QE can do. That's the best he's got. He can't even defend his own fucking argument. It's shit.
Yeah.
No QE.
The point to differ.
Is that a personal
point was
attack,
to say
QE?
stop wasting your money or get somebody else who.
I think the thing is that, if somebody was actually retarded, is that the way you'd approach them?
That's what I was saying a minute ago. Like, that's
QE say that, like, literally.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I have raised a person that is, challenged, and you wouldn't, if somebody walked up to my child and said that, be like, I'd lose my shit. And he just uses it flippantly, I mean,
yeah, I've said, I've got a son who's autistic. That these people have said that about him. Like, so other people can say it, but QE and Nathan Oakley and all of that, it's allowed. Not one of the flat Earth debate people there said, "Wait a minute, QE, you don't be saying stuff like that."
Where was Crit?
YouTube channel to deal with here.
Where was Crit? Since he's such a great mod, somebody said he was a great mod.
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah, he didn't say shit, did he?
No. No, this sort of stuff's allowed. Nathan Oakley can point at people and say, mute him, silence him. And QE can do whatever he wants, even though QE is actually banned. Like, QE's within Nathan Oakley's Skype channel, and that's getting piped through to this channel. But QE's actually banned. He's not allowed to go in there in the Discord because of him doing things just like this.
Is he coming through Nathan's channel in there?
Yeah.
That's wow.
Yeah,
that's
he's not
that's
in
a
the
loss
Discord.
That's a
He
loss.
probably
on the
doesn't
mods.
know they're in the politics server.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the way it is.
Who's wasting their
That's
money on
amazing.
your behalf to just stop it? I don't, yeah?
Are
Not
you sure?
That's
Like,
fine.
have you been
Don't
tested?
waste your money, Bev. Please give it to somebody who made.
See, Adam thinks I'm doing it. Please, Adam doesn't want you to waste your money, but I'm thankful for the memberships, and the people that get memberships are generally thankful for them. So Adam seems to be doing himself out of Nathan Oakley. So I don't know whether that's meant to be going out to Nathan Oakley's thing. So maybe that's just for Nathan Oakley's people. So please don't hand out memberships on Nathan Oakley's channel. Adam Meakin might get upset, but I would say anybody gifting memberships here, thank you very much.
benefit or enjoy it.
It's
it just
other
seems a bit
people,
daft repeatedly
Adam.
month after month.
It's
Yeah, give it to Albert Bill.
But maybe
You
you could
answered
tell one
pretty
of your
quick. You
watchers
answered
that's doing
QA
it that they should share it in a more productive way with somebody that would appreciate it.
Okay, I think we got that, Adam. Flatman, go ahead.
Sorry, you answered QA real quick, Bev. Are you sure? Have you been tested lately?
How often do you get tested?
Let's not do this,
They're
please.
laughing.
No.
Yeah, QE's laughing because somebody else wants me tested. And like I said,
These are-
how often do you get tested for it? Like, where's the test?
Man, these are some of the high, like anybody that's a Christian out there, you should definitely subscribe to these guys and like check out their religious like talks or whatever. For sure.
Yeah, QE is just about as fake as it comes, right? Flat Earth Society, absolutely. Christian, don't know. He definitely talks a lot. He calls pastors numpties and dipshits and all sorts of names.
He's even got people in whatever, calling their own kids boogers, I mean, it's like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, they were going to have a Bible streams tonight on their live stream. They're inviting people to join their Bible classes on FED, where they have weekly
Are you being
Bible
serious
class.
or sarcastic?
No, for sure. No, it was their live stream.
Oh,
They were going
definitely
over.
go and listen to a Bible stream from this guy. Definitely go listen to that.
Yeah,
for sure.
Generally, yeah, Righteous Force and Bible U, I think they do them. But yeah, I often call them out for that. That they...
You notice Nathan doesn't want people doing this sort of thing, though, right? So at least Nathan's got a bit of integrity, right? He didn't bother about QE doing it. He's probably laughing, right? But he doesn't want it going out because this is obviously his channel. Or maybe he's scared of the 24/7. They're the mods, and they can't be seen to be giving favour to the guy that's calling people retards, right? I mean, it's not really much debate, but this is what people come to expect. This is flat Earth debate.
Yeah, they were going over a pastor this week in one of their live streams, and as Christians pulling him apart. It's Neil's the worst. He loses it and starts saying some really strange things. He was chucked off recently for his racist comments, and he's only just been allowed back on in the last few weeks. So he's a bit of a loose cannon when it comes to his ideas about who is an acceptable member of the community. Depend on your skin color or your religion. Yes, on theirs. Yes. Yeah. If you got the wrong skin color or your wrong religion,
ignorant people. It's not a skin color. It's ignorant people.
Yeah, but strangely enough, when he went into prison, he pretended he was a Jew in order to get better food. and he was stealing the Muslims' food when he was working in the kitchen. So
That's
you
what
know,
he said. And as
yeah.
we know, can't really take anything these guys say for, for the
No,
word,
no.
right? Doesn't
But
really
you know, I
stand for
mean,
much.
as you said before, these are the leaders, and they're the loudest voices. They're in the panel. They're the ones that seemingly, the audience are going to emulate. And as you can hear in the Discord, silence. Nobody. I was banned anyway today. I don't know why this morning I was kicked out for just being there. I was already server muted, so I couldn't speak or anything. But I got a 2-day ban this morning. I don't know why, but nobody in that chat, no mods pulled him up. Yeah, nobody said anything about any of this stuff. They never do. Seem to be pretty orchestrated, production today by all of them really, and including the 24/7 mods. They were all working together. Which is pretty shameful, really. It's no wonder people weren't there. There was no Globers want to go. They boycotted it because of the way he is and the way he treats people, and so he's just left with an echo chamber and a few people they can kind of trawl and pull in, and which they did today. A couple of people they had them lined up already, and sort of taunted them in a way to come. Here's your opportunity now, but they didn't realise that. They were being pulled into the production, so pretty poor show.
Geeks got a chance to do a double intro, right? It was
scripted.
They muted him so they could unmute him so he could do his thing again.
Yeah, but
it's all scripted. The whole thing.
Yeah, it was today. I mean, very obvious today. Yeah, they just wanted to control the narrative. Didn't want anybody just butting in, and the mods were introducing people. That was interesting. Oh, we've got somebody here, and then they sort of queued them up and put them in position. So yeah, it wasn't free speech day today.
Right? There is no actual debate. They'll admit it themselves, and so this is the new flat Earth debate. This is, if you're a flat earther, this is what you've got to look forward to, because the Earth's definitely not flat. Get ready for more of this.
No. Spacing it based on his performance and inability to listen, just like I did.
Well, I think the question should be answered.
Don't think so.
How about it's more prejudicial than probative?
See, there you go. That's crit. That's what happens when you ask people, these sort of questions. Crit joins in, one of the mods.
It was rhetorical.
Maybe you didn't hear it.
There you go.
Neil.
It was rhetorical.
It was rhetorical anyway.
Where's the beef?
So as QE says there, it was rhetorical. So therefore, it was meant to serve a purpose. It was meant to give an impression to the audience. That's why QE did it. He's admitted it. For what purpose was it meant to be? Why did QE do it? We'll just have to leave that up to yourself, right? QE's just going to say it's rhetorical. He's not going to tell you what the rhetoric was that he wanted to portray. Make that up for yourself.
What could the rhetoric be, given that word?
That was fun.
No, like Nathan Oakley says, that was fun. So maybe for fun times for Nathan Oakley, maybe as a topic change to get people off something. He definitely didn't add to his rebuttal to the fallacious Modus Tollens that he's made, that Nathan Oakley's still repeating after 4+ years.
Glad we established that P is still P.
Nathan's trying to bring it back up again. Will QE take the bait?
Well, there was a time.
No chance.
When Bev used to come on and you used to promote him. Used to say, join Bev's channel. He does good stuff over there. I don't know what happened. Something happened where he became an enemy of flat earth debate.
Enemy of reason.
Wow.
Yeah, that's QE again. You can tell he's got his little digs in. He's trying his hardest. And he thinks we're an enemy. I'm not an enemy.
Enemy of reason.
Yeah.
The guy that created the fallacious modus tollens.
Yep.
Calls you and implication us enemies of reason.
Mm-hmm.
Was that you, Sunshine? QE. Is that you, Sunshine? Come on over for a chat, Sunshine. Or how about you, Nathan,
We've been
son?
trying to get a chat with him for 4 years about the fucking.
Come on, son. Come on for a chat, son.
I would just call him boy, but you know, I'd be derogatory too, I'm sure.
Nathan Oakley called Elder Bear old man, and he told me little boy.
Was that Kevin I just heard?
Yes.
Kevin, I ain't never heard you sound like that.
This gets to a boiling point, is what it does. And it's crazy. You know, like, how many people have we talked to? How many conversations have we had? How many songs have been written over this shit? And they are stuck in their aporia.
They're
like, I think they've gone
to
past.
what we do here. They haven't got a clue. They don't know.
My point. Thank you, Rob, for saying you never heard me say that. But my point is, it's easy to do that stuff, right? It's easy to yell out, "Hey, what do you think, Sunshine? How about Crayon Muncher?" I mean, Elder Bear talks about this all the time, right? That's where they go. That's where they have. That's where their reason takes them. Is using the mentally deficient tag, or hey, Sunshine, or hey, son. This is what they have. This is their reasoning.
It's even
easy to
bad. It's even cringy. Like, it's not even good rebuttals. Not even rebuttals. Like, it's not even. They're not even good comebacks. Like, they're just weak. They're not. It's not even a comeback. It's like just the attack in general. It's just a weak attack.
The YouTube chat was wondering whether that was your QE impression.
He said
it was a lame one. It was a lame one. Somebody can hit up the soundboard and we can have some real QE.
Yeah, we have got a soundboard here. This is one of the benefits of coming to On the Level Discord. You get, providing you have Nitro, obviously, you get the benefits of using the soundboard. We've got quite a few classic clips.
That would be flat earth debate.
The enemy of reason. That's Neil. Do you want to hear that again, right?
Yeah, come on.
That would be a flat earth. Join Bev's channel. He does good stuff over there. I don't know what happened. Something happened where he became an enemy of flat earth debate.
I think it was when Nathan Oakley heard you can do fuck all with an angle, right? Because he got awfully upset and he came over here of a Saturday morning once. I don't know who was here to listen to that. I think Mishu was here at that time. But there was some of us. Nathan came over here, yeah, because he
called me a retard.
Yeah, he'd heard a video where I said to Ruhif, "You can do fuck all with an angle." So he came over here looking for a fight. And of course, I said to him, like, you know, the reasoning behind it, why we said it, and he got even more upset. So I think from that time, Nathan Oakley imagined that this hatred or whatever, and he's been telling stories to people about stuff, but there's literally no hatred. It's just about an argument. I don't get upset about all of these things because I know I've got my argument sorted. I'm fine. It's Nathan
And I'm
that
still
gets
here.
upset about it. He was, I don't know where the page is here as well. Look, it's great. Nathan Oakley's got the recording somewhere because you could hear him. He was doing it as a recording because he was addressing his audience as he was over here. It was really weird, wasn't it? When he came over. Don't know who he had with him on his Skype call or whatever. But yeah, he did. He came over. He got all brave. He came over, had a chat, got really upset. And then I think from that time onwards, Nathan Oakley really had a problem with us. So there's no hatred towards them. There's no hatred towards any arguments or anything. We just rebut the arguments. Neil's obviously been...
Hell, I don't even hate them over there. But they lose a lot of respect every day.
There's never been any respect, right? Because once you can see inside and what goes on, then yeah, it's terrible. I'm glad to know people, right, that have been around, that have supported. Well, I say supported, but just been here to reason with afterwards, because some of this stuff that you go over whenever you go around any of these arenas, it can be disturbing for people, and that's why we're still around, to be honest, because I know that more people are going to get this sort of experience, and sometimes just leaving the arena to be on your own or whatever, that's not the best thing. Maybe you might need to have a communication with someone. That's why we're still here, and I'm grateful for the people that are here. Thank you, everyone.
Enemy of reason.
That would be flat earth debate.
Would be flat earth debate. Reason. That's what Neil thinks.
I don't know. I promote people who are doing good stuff at the time they're doing the good stuff. It's the good stuff I promote.
I got a quick question. Is my mic's working?
Loud and clear.
Does anyone in here believe that they live on a spinning ball and literally nothing? Thank you.
I don't. I know I'm living on a flat plane because it's measured that way.
There's a stony silence. I mean, I was told.
So that was Neil.
Yes, he's living on flat plane. Okay.
And he knows it because it's measured that way.
He's living in Flatlandia. That's okay. No problem. Some
Correct me if
people
I'm wrong,
are living in Star Wars realm, and some others are living in Flatlandia. So, okay.
This was going to be turned into a globe server by Globe Force 7 or some stupid nonsense. Literally no one's even willing to...
Was that scripted as well, do you reckon? That didn't sound natural, did it? I think he's been told a story about... I think that's Peter, right? Peter that said that. He said it a long time ago. Peter's since left. He's not around anymore. He's done the Jesse Kozlowski, as we say. Hope he's still okay, Peter.
No one's even willing to admit that they believe in a ball in the server right now. Okay.
Was it Fox Force 5?
Fox Force 5? It's a fiction reference.
Are they connected to the bear pack?
Bear pack? With a... It's because they've got a bear print, right? Is their logo? They've got a bear print. It's the wolf
This is shout out to the opposition of the flat Earth debate. I think he's just trying to get people in again, right? They've all left him. Nobody wants to talk to Nathan, unfortunately, and he's trying his best now at promotion. He's terrible at it. Perhaps one of the worst businessmen I've ever heard of.
Yeah, but Adam pointed out.
Who spotted that?
Adam did. I bet you it was Wally.
Oh, was Adam a Boy Scout? He knows his tracks. That's a panda.
Not really. I just thought that's a bit weird. That looks like a bear's paw print.
Did you just say that's a panda?
I did look it up, and it is a bear's one.
Yeah, probably a panda. They're talking about the ridiculous wolf pack, right? As they've named themselves, the Aussie contingent of the Flat Earth Society. And strangely enough, the print that they use isn't a wolf print. You know, typical, right?
Okay.
Like a bit like QE when he puts out a fallacious Modus Tollens, right? You have to put out something that's an obvious lie. Much like flat Earth, right? Hand people an oxymoron. Make them defend it. It's the ultimate trickery. So why wouldn't the wolf pack have a bear print? I mean, it's been there for, you know, everybody to see for years. Right out in the open.
He's put on there as opposed to wolves. But
Has he subsequently changed it to a wolf, or does that not work quite so well in the little circle we use as thumbnails? Avatars,
I've
my
seen him
bad.
change it back. No, he's recognised the point. I think he recognised it, but I don't think he's changed it. Stubborn.
Why would he want to change it? They live within the
I don't know if
contradiction.
Globe 46 has anything to do with what's it called? Bear
Wolf
pack,
pack?
wolf pack, whatever. Don't think so.
How would you know?
Weren't exactly
Speculation.
fantastic debaters from memory. In fact, I got quite a few edits out of them. Thanks, lads. And yet no one in the server will even admit to being a Glober anymore. Well, that kind of was...
Nathan's having a go here at other people who aren't there. Their prowess at being a debater. Because if one of the things that Nathan's known for, it's being a debater. You know, he's done 2,000 flat Earth debate shows and never debated anyone.
I would say he's a professional bickerer.
Well, he's developed, like I think we've said this for quite a long time, right? He's developed flat Earth debate into what it is nowadays. That ridiculous thing where people just shout at each other, call each other names.
Yeah.
Push the false dichotomy. You know, it's just all WWFE.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's popular. I mean, if there's not much better, right? The Globe guys don't need to do anything, really. Because if you set up the false dichotomy, all they have to do is point at Nathan Oakley and go, do you want that?
I mean, most people just want the entertainment, right? I mean, they don't really want to have to think about something. They just want the entertainment of, I'll pick a side.
Pick a team.
And
yeah.
I'll pick a team. I'll pick I'll pick a team. I'll pick a guy that I really like. I'm cheering for this guy, no matter what. You know.
And we know that none of the other flat earthers care about Nathan Oakley. I mean, he's pretty much irrelevant to all of the flat earthers. No, you've never heard anybody on the flat earth side say, oh yeah, Nathan Oakley, he's my favourite. Apart from that one with Eddie Bravo. Don't know why you do that. But I mean, I'm guessing that was a few years ago, and that maybe went to his head.
It is odd that every server we go into, it's like you mentioned something that's like, oh, Nathan Oakley. Like, I don't know who Nathan Oakley is. Who's that? Like, nobody ever claims that they know who it is or what they're about or positively says something good about them. I haven't come across that.
Yeah, like I said earlier, we've gone over the Modus Tollens that QE made, but never heard that anybody use it in argument. In all of the time I've ever been in any of the other servers or anything, I never heard one flat earther attempting to use the black swan. Because I think they know deep down it's just a ridiculous argument. And it requires you to have your finger on the mute button. And unfortunately, everybody else doesn't have an entourage of sycophants around them and people defending them and an active mute button. And a fundy mute thing to go over the top of that. I think that's the only way you can actually use any of these things. I don't think there's much left on this.
Okay.
Isn't the kind of thing you want to admit to? Are we going to turn this into a globe server? Anybody in here believe there's a globe beneath their feet? Humbleweed.
Manufact Totem is in here.
Great job, Globe 46. Yeah, don't give it a day job.
He's not even good at baiting the globe guys in, is he? Doesn't know how to do it. Terrible. You should have been doing this for a few years, Nathan, really.
Always the stupid ones that have the most confidence, isn't it?
So long. Protected.
No, we cleaned house.
Shut up, Neil. What server we
Say
in?
that with confidence, Nathan. Go on.
Politics. Say what with confidence, Bev? Always the stupid ones that have the most confidence, isn't it?
You hear that?
Wow. He was the one.
Right.
This is where you need to replay the whole say it with confidence thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say it with confidence. So I've just gone back, right? Because I was in the kitchen making a brew. And I had to come back in and press the button. But we'll listen to it again, right? This is how it goes. Because initially, you might have missed it. Silence.
Always the stupid ones that have the most confidence, isn't it?
Wow.
What server we in?
No, we cleaned house.
Shut up, Neil. What server we in?
Say that with confidence, Nathan. Go on.
Politics.
Say that with confidence, Nathan. It's always the stupid ones that have confidence, right, Nathan? Confidently say that the flat earth has been measured, right?
Am I mistaken, or was he not the one that was saying like weeks ago or months ago, just say it with confidence? We gone past belief. Let's say it with confidence. It's measured flat.
Yeah. That's exactly why I said it. Say it with confidence, Nathan. Just to show everyone.
It's the ones, but he says like that should be like that's a clip. It's the ones with the most confidence. Can you play it again?
Yeah.
Always the stupid ones that have the most confidence, isn't it?
Always the most stupid ones that have the most confidence. And how did Nathan Oakley start this year off?
Stating it with confidence.
Yep. Stand up, proud flat earthers. State with confidence.
Confidence. Go out with confidence and state it. We've gone past belief.
We've lost our belief. We now have confidence to say a certain stupid thing that we started questioning him upon. Because I don't want flat earthers being tricked by this con man. It's contradictory. He contradicts himself.
It's to me it's I know it's contradictory, but to me it's like worse. It's in that hypocrisy stage. Like this is just, and I know that the two terms are, I would say, synonymous, but like this is just hypocrisy at its finest.
It's a good job Nathan Oakley's told everybody to not watch, isn't it? Because if he hadn't, they'd be finding out exactly what sort of a contradictory double agent he is.
It's almost like he had to say that. It's almost like he had to say, don't watch this guy. Don't watch this channel. These people that say, don't watch that.
Yeah, you don't want to watch this, definitely.
Yeah.
If you're a fan of Flat Earth and Nathan Oakley, you don't want to watch this. Flat Earth would be better to give up Nathan Oakley, really. That would be the best way of doing it. But Nathan Oakley's a Flat Earther. You can't just dismiss people, cut people from the ranks. This is what you have to deal with if you're a Flat Earther.
No, we just expose it. I'm okay with that. Thank you very much.
Well, I mean, it's not just you, though, right? But when people are going to point their fingers in the past and say that's a Flat Earther, Nathan Oakley will be the person that they're pointing at. That's a typical example of a Flat Earther. That's what they're going to say. Nathan Oakley. He's a representative. You hear him. They're the one issuing orders. Nobody else is a real Flat Earther like him. He even told Mike Tyson that if Mike Tyson only believes in the Flat Earth, then he's the enemy. Mike Tyson then becomes an enemy of Flat Earth debate. Terrible.
No, we cleaned house.
Shut up, Neil. Which server we
Say
in?
that with confidence, Nathan. Go on.
Politics. Say what with confidence, Bev? Yeah, don't give it a day job.
Yeah, I'm going to just record that.
Oh yeah, that's definitely clip worthy. He doesn't even remember saying it.
No.
He doesn't even remember saying it. Say it with
Always
confidence.
the stupid ones that have the most confidence, isn't it?
Which server we in?
No, we cleaned house.
Shut up, Neil. Which server we
Say
in?
that with confidence, Nathan. Go on.
Politics. Say what with confidence, Bev? Say what with confidence?
That he's a retard.
Let's stop that, please. No more. Thank you, QE.
See, QE's laughing. QE's laughing because this is Nathan Oakley's YouTube channel.
No, he's laughing because he's like, that's the Christian way.
Yeah, because him and Neil have got this thing where they want to call people retards on Nathan Oakley's YouTube channel.
Sure.
I mean, it's probably against YouTube etiquette, right? Attacking other YouTubers, and actually it may be against Discord's term of service too. I mean,
but
you never
they're
know.
above censor. They're above censorship,
Well,
though.
yeah,
I think.
obviously, yeah, he's been told he's above censorship, so obviously, nobody's got anything to fear about it.
Yeah. Why not?
Oh, that's the level of communication with Bev, ladies and gentlemen. Say it with confidence. What's that, Bev? Say what with confidence? Total silence.
He's waiting for you to talk.
Nobody heard it, right? Nobody heard what Nathan Oakley said. He can't even remember himself saying it.
Right.
Yeah. But hey, Nathan Oakley, if he were to listen to this, he might be able to hear it and hear what he said. But since Nathan Oakley won't be listening to it, then,
Saltines? Anyone got any saltines in here?
Saltines? What are you on about?
What's the subject now?
Q's gone nuts. Has anyone seen his camel? He does like weddings. Okay, QE.
Yeah, I'll tell you after. You'll get it.
Fair enough.
When you say saltines, do you mean crackers?
Oh
Well,
God,
we
no!
are is
Now
that,
you've pointed at everyone. Shut. No, let's just no. Let's not have that joke.
I don't know. Is that an inside joke for those guys? Perhaps, I don't know. Flat Earth debate internal joke. I don't know. I haven't got a clue what they're talking about.
I think they call that a back.
Well,
channel joke.
you know how QE likes to call cracker ass crackers or something. That's probably what got him booted from the server. So now he just says saltines because that's a salted cracker. It's an American thing. Like you call them crisps, maybe.
Cream crackers we have. Or for cheese.
Yeah, like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. They're called
Pate,
saltines
Pate
here in
says it's a
Canada and the United
racist
States.
remark, is it? It's showing
Yes.
racism, right? Okay.
Yes.
I haven't got a clue what they're talking about.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Yeah, apparently that's a racist joke that they're just having. So
Sorry, Bev. Sorry, I have a really bad song in my
We don't
head.
want QE getting banned from
Fill me
anywhere.
in. What's going on?
doesn't want QE getting banned. So now Nathan's
Oh, shit.
doesn't want to be
Oh,
going.
shite.
Yeah, we're still live.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, guys.
Oh, you needed explaining to.
Well, he's
I
live,
don't.
honey.
You
all
need
got
explaining to.
You should talk. You're much more
I need
more
English me
concise.
speak.
So,
Oh shit, he's live.
so we're at the point where no one wants to actually make the claim that they live on a sphere. Like, they don't want to claim.
Could anybody talk any slower? Like, that's Elijah, right? Coming in.
Yeah, me and him had it out a few days ago.
He's the one that called me fluffer, I think, ages ago. I don't know, like what the idea of the dislike or whatever, because there seems to be like different stories going around about that. Yeah, I don't want to talk too much about him.
Excuse me. You needed to be explained to you, Sir Nathan.
Did he just say Sir Nathan?
I think so.
Come on, dude. Like, seriously,
It
come
would have
on.
worked better if you said Ritz.
You're putting on the Ritz, like give a good show.
Does no one find that noteworthy that literally a group of individuals were prepared to come in and say that this server would be taken over by globe believers? And
Are they Ritz? Are they crackers too? Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, Ritz is
So
a cracker, yeah, in America.
Is
Yeah.
Crit joining in?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Crit's a mod, right? He was joining in with that. And I take it that is what QE got banned for. That sort of stuff. Hey. Flirting with it to show each other.
literally, it's only a week later, and
think
no
that's
one will
what
even
mods
admit
do
to having a
over
globe belief. No one find that quite amazing.
Telling.
No, it's just Peter.
Did
and
Bev
them
give
trying
up
to
his
do the
globe
best they
belief?
can. Hear that?
Telling.
QE.
Did Bev give up his globe belief?
Did QE ever rebut the claims of his fallacious Modus Tollens? I guess not. I don't know whether say anything.
Well, considering he lined up with Brenda and somebody else, I can't remember who he lined up with, but it was another baller. I think the question is fair.
Does it sound like QE wants to start something? I mean, if QE does want to have a debate about anything, yeah, well, that's up for grabs. See my people, QE. We can arrange it. Aren't the Flat Earth debate crew the enemy of belief? Or is belief the enemy of the Flat Earth debate crew?
What does belief mean, Bev?
I don't know. That's what Nathan Oakley had to go at
I
Mike
don't
Tyson.
Oh my God.
He said, if Mike Tyson only believes a flat earth, then he's your enemy, I believe. Isn't that right?
What's belief mean, Bev? What's belief mean, Bev?
It means you... See, look, QE here. What does belief mean? I mean, where does that come into it? Why does it matter?
What a stupid question.
Yeah. He doesn't even
understand
bother
English
attempting to
words.
rebut the fallacious fucking Modus Tollens. He just wants to know what belief is. This is flat earth debate. They'll question you about your definition of a word. And if you don't give them the correct definition, then they'll make the conversation all about that. I mean, I've seen this over the years, but they were globe believers, or as I'm going to call them, flat earth society guys. This is just the same, exactly the same. There's no difference. Pick a word, ask you for the definition of it. You do not have any proof, QE. Just a faith.
That's not what it means. It's only half.
Come on, Bev, you could do it.
Well, I've done half. QE can give us the other half, can't he?
And see, that's your problem. You only
50-50.
read half the book.
Or does QE
You
want us
wanna
to do it
teach
all
on it.
for him?
Wow. There's
Yeah.
your silence. That's the penny drop.
Yeah, there's nobody else in there, right? That's the best QE's got, and it's nothing, is it? What's the definition of this? Give it him? Oh, that's only half of it. So?
Give us the other half,
Yeah.
or are you waiting for me to give it to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that.
And now Neil says, it's a problem. Your problem, Bev. You only read half of the book. Which book?
Yeah, well,
it's coming up.
And why aren't they telling Neil to shut up at that point, like he usually does?
Yeah. It's all right, Neil. You answer for QE.
I'll answer for myself. Your problem is you only read half the book. Your proof would only give half
of
the
what book,
definition
Neil?
of what belief means.
Which book?
I'll bet it's a paperback.
Yeah, which
yeah,
book,
because
Neil?
only Witsit reads the hardcovers.
I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
Yeah, they're terrible, aren't they? It's like they're doing a double team, but like neither of them knows the script.
I think they're in uncharted territories,
Yeah.
and maybe they know it, maybe they don't. I don't
think
know.
we call this aporia. They found themselves standing in aporia. They don't know what
Yeah.
they're doing. They're lost.
Yeah.
Lost with no argument.
If you know something, you shouldn't have a belief. You should know the standard and know rather than believe. So when I say that people who go around talking about their beliefs in flat earth are our enemy, it's because there's a higher standard that they can attain and they just don't realise it yet. Talking about stuff they believe in is detrimental to our cause.
I know that the earth is
Some
not
beliefs they can change. Sorry, Beth.
But you know it's not flat because of elevation changes with respect to sea level.
with respect to anything, really. Just elevation change.
With not respect to anything, respect to sea level.
From a point at the elevation change of one
Sorry,
point
sea
to
level is
another.
not a point, Bev. Point.
See, now this really annoys me now when you get to these sort of things. Like, Nathan Oakley has never measured an elevation change. He's not got a clue on how to do it. But yet he thinks saying sea level helps his cause. Like, it in no way helps him at all.
It makes him sound dumber because I had to point this out in that same server to somebody that was regurgitating half of what Nathan says and half of what you say and getting it all wrong, to where it's mean sea level. He just says sea level. Like, what's that?
Sea level moves up and down on the vertical datum, like I keep telling him in the bed.
Yeah.
You know.
Like
How can that be?
Like when you said it's a point, He's like, you don't know what you're talking about. It's like, I actually do. It's a point is based off the level rising and falling. That's
Yeah. Well, it's foresight and
whatever.
hindsight, right? The elevation change is relative to the point that you've just taken as your reference every time. Sea level's got nothing to do with it. But you know, this flat Earth, this is flat Earth debate.
Don't give you levels. Levels are lines, they're not points. No. How high or low stuff is with respect to sea level, not just with respect to anything. Sea level. Do you know how flat it isn't because of how it changes with respect to sea level? I understand that you, the belligerent child, hates how utterly stupid your assertion is, and when it's highlighted, you'd rather ramble through the middle of me. I know, Bev, share your pain. Your assertion's stupid.
He doesn't know that sea level changes too.
You know how
I don't know. I think he does.
Yeah, this is like the WWFE. He's just doing his shtick.
This is the narrative that him and Crate and all of the 24/7 guys. This is the train that they're on, right? They have to present anything that we do over here as an argument, as ridiculous, right? And Nathan Oakley's got sea level. Obviously, it has zero meaning. And anything said like that, sea level, water level, it's all on the vertical datum. So Nathan Oakley hasn't got a clue about any of this sort of stuff because he's never done it.
flat it isn't because of how referenceable it is as flat. Gotcha. Thanks, Bev. Great statement.
No, it's not flat. I know it's not.
How'd you know?
Flat.
How'd you know? Because you can reference how flat it is to sea level, correct?
Personally measured elevation changes. Yes, Nathan. I know.
They're with respect to sea level. So you can say how high or low it is with respect to sea level, right?
No, it is in respect to horizontal.
Nathan. Yeah, it's just in respect to another point.
Yeah.
Right? That's it. If Nathan had done it himself, he would know that. But because he's not done it, he hasn't got a clue.
He's just schematizing all of these things, and it's parallel. It's schematization. It's paralogisms. Then it's aporia, and they're went the whole route. I mean, they're in it.
Yeah, if anybody wants to know why I'm not a flat earther, it's because of this one thing. Probably the only person in this arena with any sort of surveying qualification, and no matter how minor it is, there's nobody. It seems like there's nobody else that's ever had any surveying practice. Now there are people that have used the tools in their capacity, right? I've taught a few people, I've shown people how to use the auto level, how to do a 2-peg test. Like, we've done that. Other people have used the tools, right? And all it takes is the practical experience of doing it, and you'll know the difference between flat and not flat. Actual practical ability to say, I've actually done that. And Nathan Oakley obviously hasn't done that. Never has. That's the requirement of a mean.
So was it how high or low it was with respect to sea level? Or are we going to argue about sea level? These heights, how high or low the stuff you're saying isn't flat is up or below sea level. That's what it is, isn't it, Bev?
Sea level is measured on the vertical datum, Nathan. It changes. We have to get a mathematical mean.
He's not answering my question. How high or low stuff is with respect to sea level, right, Bev?
No, Nathan. See, this is what he does as well. He keeps going on. Somebody's told him that it references sea level. Now, the strange thing is, the first time I heard about this was Ranty. Ranty was referencing everything from sea level, which is really strange because the sea, the tide in the area that we live, and Ranty as well, changes like 10 meters. It's massive change. Now, if you reference things to sea level, then that sea level can change by 10 meters. That's ridiculous. So that's why we don't use a reference to sea level. Because there's a 10-meter change in certain places. Nathan Oakley still keeps parroting it. Don't know, he's got to be scripted. This has got to be... Somebody must have told Nathan to go with this. I don't know why. He is a flat earther, right? Maybe it's a flat earth script that they have to deal with. Definitely not reality.
Really? Oh, Nathan. Go have a look.
QE's got some citations.
Who names their son Bev?
Let's not do that.
Yes,
round.
I think I got it. Oh, from Bev's album Water Wiki. Elevation is not to be confused. Oh, that's the wrong one.
See, he's come up with a citation that obviously doesn't help him, so he's not going to read that one, right? I don't even know what an alma mater is, and definitely not wiki, right? I don't know why he comes up with that. What is that? What's he mean by that?
Alma mater is where you went to college.
Wiki.
And
that's the
I
one
don't
that
know.
he's not using. Like, what? It doesn't even make any sense. Typical flat earth bullshit. People really take this guy on as the one that's giving the Modus Tollens out to the flat earthers. Proof of flat earth. Fucking ridiculous.
Elevation from National Geographic. Elevation is measured from sea level. From the Encyclopedia of World Geography. Elevation can be defined as a measure of height above mean sea level.
At least that one gets a meaning.
What you were saying, Bev?
Went with sea level. The
Bev.
mean. Yeah. So Nathan Oakley went with the National Geographic. Well done, Nathan. You and the National Geographic go with sea level. Fair enough. Sea level.
Yes, but the second definition was about mean sea level,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they are different.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like,
Doesn't matter to QE, that does it?
look, if the first guy
There's
comes
one that
along,
there's one that he didn't even want to read.
if the first guy comes along and uses sea level, and the next guy comes along and uses sea level, like the first guy's using high tide sea level, and the next guy's using low tide sea level. I mean, what's supposed to happen? I mean, like, what kind of how's it going to work out?
Especially
I mean,
if he's changing by 10 meters. Right?
well, that's
We've
what I'm
measured
saying.
the height of the seafront here. So it's like, what height's that? 20 meters? No, I got 10.
It's like,
Yes, so 1 hour you are on the hill, and the other hour you are in depression, staying at the same spot.
yeah.
Oh, I'm
This
looking
is-
for the QE's one for the wiki, but the elevation of a geographic location is its height above or below a fixed reference point. Oh, right. So, just any point then? That's perhaps why he didn't want to read it out, because, it just said its geographic location is its height above or below a fixed reference point. Oops.
Fixed, but by sea level is not fixed. Mean sea level is fixed.
Yes.
But sea level is not.
Yeah. And a foresight would be fixed, as would a backside.
Or benchmark.
Yeah. Well, that's what the benchmark would be, like, you know.
Yeah.
So, well done for leaving that one out, Kiwi. Don't bother telling anybody that. You know, let's go with Nathan in his sea level. Yeah.
I got about six more.
Sorry,
but
Bev.
Go ahead.
So you know it's not flat because of how high or low it is with respect to a level.
Yeah, because
Stupid,
it's
Bev.
not flat.
It's stupid. You failed to answer me
Observably-
about 3 times when I asked you if it was with respect to sea level. Your first answer was with respect to anything. Now, for my audience, that's why I say don't subscribe to this disingenuous lying shit. Because he didn't clarify. He had to go away and define it for him when he said no with respect to anything. No, Bev, you disingenuous little scumbag who's got an audience.
He is. Disingenuous little scumbag, says Nathan Oakley, whilst being totally honest about stuff. This is the impression that Nathan Oakley wants to portray to his audience, obviously. This is what they want over at 24/7 of that politics Discord server. This is supported, this behaviour.
Of deceived people. With respect to sea level, 5th time, now I'd like you to say yes to that which I've put to you now 5 times, scumbag Bev. Why have you still got an audience when you're such an obvious and overt liar? And you're obviously avoiding the question. It's been clarified and defined by National Geographic. So, Bev, 6th time, just need to say yes to prove you're not a scumbag. Temporarily while we continue this discussion. So how flat it isn't is with respect to sea level, right, Bev, you stupid moron?
You give flat earthers a bad name, Nathan.
So don't tell me what's given. You just need to say yes. Have some humility, you pathetic man. So, Bev, 7th time. So, Bev, as just defined by QE, 2 different sources, it is, as you so desperately tried to weasel away from, with respect to sea level, then, just need a yes, Bev. And we can move on.
Flat earthers a bad name, Nathan.
Right, why'd you keep telling me what flat earthers are getting when it's obvious after the 8th attempt that you're not going to concede that which has been defined from 2 different sources? Yeah, because it absolutely pisses in your disingenuous lying scumbag face, Bev. That's why you can't just say yes. It's been defined, man. You want to tell me how flat earthers are seeming? No, mate, you've got an example of how flat it isn't with respect to sea level. What's that you say? It's not flat because I can refer to how flat it isn't with sea level? That makes you stupid, Bev. Now, the 9th attempt of me getting you to concede, that which fundamentally defines you as stupid, it's with respect to sea level, right, Bev? See if you can say yes, 9th attempt.
Who'd concede to Nathan Oakley? Do you think he's winning anybody over?
Maybe.
What sort of an audience do you think Nathan Oakley has that he thinks this is the type of behaviour that they want? I mean, what does he think his audience is all about?
His audience are the ones that make the posters that go to watch the show and hold the posters up and just hope they get a camera shot of the poster they held up in the crowd because they won't just love the WWFE. They love it. That's his audience.
Well, his
He
children
knows it.
might be close, right? He's sat there in his soundproof room, soundproof living room. But I mean, they might be in the kitchen doing the colouring or something. Who knows? Hopefully, they're not around to listen to Nathan talking to people like this.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, this is flat Earth. This is what you've got to look forward to. This is flat Earth debate. This is how they do it. So whenever anybody says flat Earth debate, this is what you think of, right? This is it. Nathan Oakley making his convincing point about something that he's completely wrong about and never actually done practically. But yeah, QE's got some definitions, some that he might want to read out, some that he might not want to read out. This is because you've got no arguments, isn't it, Nathan?
Right, it just defines sea level and how level stuff isn't because it's higher or lower than sea level.
because of how high or low it is with respect to level, it's not level. That's fundamentally idiotic, Bev, and I asked you now 10 times. You understand? It's how high or low with respect to sea level, Bev. Like, just define twice. 2 different
Hang on.
sources in that. Why can't you say yes? People are unsubscribing as we speak, Bev.
That thing he just went on about, that
sea level changes, Nathan. It doesn't stay
Sorry, and the height
static.
with
That's
respect
the
to that
reason
level is
we
how
need-
you...
Sorry, Buster. Go on.
No. It was just like you don't have to go back, but it was just that beginning bit that you started playing with him talking about the level and misconstruing the words and like the contextual aspect of how you use a word. Like I don't have the exact words to explain it, but like it's totally mixed up.
I think that he's confused because he's not grasping what just Bev said, because Bev was talking about sea level going up and down. It is impossible to make measurements of elevations on the ground if you are referring this measurement to moving up and down point. So, but I can imagine like your auto level, of course, is leveled. It established horizontal, of course, and is moving up and down horizontal on vertical. How can you measure anything from that kind of auto level which is moving up and down? It is impossible. But Nathan Oakley is saying that you are making measurements from that moving up and down sea level. This is just idiotic. And he cannot see that. I don't understand his point. Really.
Well, I think he's about to do a bait and switch, if you say that.
Okay.
We'll define how flat it isn't, right? The height with respect to that level.
That level of the sea level changing is on a
the one that how high or low it is. So
vertical
you're saying
datum,
so when we
Nathan.
define how high or low as defined by National Geographic, your inference is that heights of mountains change with the ebbing and flowing of the oceans. No.
Look, he said me. I'm saying that.
Yes, so he's so he should really poke his head.
He doesn't. Either he doesn't realise, or he's that mixed up that he thinks that what he's saying is what I'm saying. He might think he's me.
Yeah,
Don't
but
know.
he
It's
is
hard
saying,
to tell what he's
so
going on about.
So he should realize that it is impossible to take measurements from sea level, as he depicted that it would mean that mountains are going up and down with that measurement. Yeah. So that's why it is ridiculous to assume that you are making measurements from sea level. It is idiotic.
Yeah, but he's just said that I'm assuming that. Like, I don't know where that came from. That's literally what he was doing. But, you know, this is what they can do. This is the Flat Earth Debate crew. He can literally do that. Now, there's another group of people that do that also. I call them Flat Earth Society members. And they've been doing the same thing. You can be talking to them in these rooms, in these Discord servers. And you're conversing with them. And then you find that they imagine that their fallacy is on you. It's like a projection. Literal projection. That's what Nathan Oakley's just done. But he wouldn't know. Because Nathan Oakley's never done this.
It's got an average, Bev.
I'm not saying that.
Level. Yeah, you're just chanting.
No, you're the one that keeps
but
talking
it's still
about
part
sea
of the
level,
definition
Nathan.
of how high or low stuff's going to be
You
defined
just
as,
keep
isn't it, Bev?
talking.
You
We know
just
what
haven't
you like.
said yes in 10 attempts.
You're doing it
You
to
just yabbered through
overtalk
it.
me.
Still 10 attempts.
Bundy mute button.
Said yes,
You
ladies
just keep
and gentlemen.
saying things so your audience can't hear.
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
defined
saying,
what
Nathan.
sea level was.
Yeah,
I've
it's
now asked you
definitely
11
that's
times
doing that,
for an
and not
agreement,
me,
an
isn't it?
affirmation. You understand that how high or low stuff is defined with respect to sea level. You still haven't agreed.
It's how weak
11
your
attempts.
arguments are, Nathan.
Yeah, that's it, Bev.
It's embarrassing.
That's why you
for
lose
It must
subscribers.
be
That's why people are
embarrassing for
deserting you. Because when they hear this kind of crap after it being defined and you still not being able to concede to it, you now want to argue about that which defines
Why
how
are you
high or
talking
low
about
stuff
my
is
memberships?
by me and what that means.
He's talking like incessantly now, so his noise gate gets cut out because obviously he doesn't want his audience hearing how weak his arguments are. Exposing these shitty tactics, all they're going to hear is what Nathan's saying here, and it makes no sense. But they have to take it on.
And by the way, they muted you.
Yeah.
Now you are muted.
Yep. Yeah, but I can still talk, right? Because I'm recording this. So you still get to hear me as I'm there.
Yeah. But there you are muted
Yeah.
on this Discord channel.
Yeah, because they don't want any opposition for Nathan. They want Nathan to be able to do what he's doing right now.
That's what defines how high or low stuff is, though, isn't it, Bev? Sea level, 12th time, 12th attempts. Epic.
In a definition.
Just have to agree, Bev. Just have to agree, because that's a fact. How high or low stuff will be describing how not flat it is, according to you, is with respect to sea level. 13 attempts.
I know, Nathan, that you have never measured an elevation change. You've never done it yourself, Nathan. That's why you'll never understand how elevation changes.
It's an ad hominem attack in lieu of the 13th attempt to a concession of that which has been defined. He can't concede to it. He can't agree to that which is clearly defined because it fundamentally undermines his argument.
Keep talking, then your
He's here to have that argument, so it doesn't matter if I give him 14 renditions of the fact that how high or low stuff is, ergo not flat, is with respect to level.
Must be embarrassing.
Sea level, Bev. 14 attempts. Right, Bev? Sea level? That's how it's defined.
You use a level, Nathan, in order
sea
to
level.
Measure the
sea level, Bev. Sea level.
No.
Sea level, Bev. No, not A level. Sea level, Bev. No.
No, you don't use sea level
the 15th
at all.
time. Why won't you concede to this? Very telling for your audience who are rapidly hitting the unsubscribe button on your channel. Why would it take 15 attempts for you to agree to something that's very clearly defined as being with respect to sea level? How high or low? Ergo not.
Muted by the 24/7 guys. Why Nathan goes in a rant about something he's never done, no experience of whatsoever. Supported by the 24/7 mods muting me.
And they are muting you because Nathan Oakley is interrupting you. When Nathan Oakley interrupted you, they mute you to give him a floor, because I am just observing what's going on. So when Nathan Oakley is interrupting you, they mute you. Don't disturb Nathan Oakley. I would say that this is just disgusting. So I can say publicly for this server and these moderators, you're a piece of shits as moderators.
Well,
people from 24/7.
It is
whatever,
it is a
whoever you are,
like a private channel within the politics server, right? But this is obviously this is the impression that they want to give. This is not only a flat Earth debate now. This is obviously a conglomeration of 24/7 and Nathan Oakley. This is a team of people now working together. Flat Earth. Right? This is the... how can I have any other impression of these group of people than to watch this? And, you know, this is what you have to expect. At least, you know, Nathan Oakley bad-mouthing you being muted, so you have no right of reply. You just have to listen to Nathan Oakley talk over. And Nathan Oakley, obviously, even in the Discord, they don't want people hearing me getting over-talked. They want to hear Nathan Oakley doing this.
Not flat Earth is. How high or low stuff is with respect to a level plane is how not flat it is. That's really stupid, Bev. I mean, if I was saying such stupid nonsense, I would fail to concede after 15 attempts that that's how it's defined. It's with respect to sea level, Bev.
You're the one
Stupid
that
man.
makes the claim, Nathan. You can't substantiate your claim.
I claim it's a fact. Sea level, how high or low stuff is with respect,
No,
it was just
your
defined.
claim that it's measured flat. I state it's
sea level.
measured not flat. I've done it myself.
I know. Sea level, mate.
I know you've never made a measurement yourself. Muted.
It's just going to add
But
harm
yet
until
you
the
came.
mod
It's not an
gives you a
ad hoc.
second, someone to
Don't
mute
even
him.
get a chance to say.
Yes,
No, somebody
exactly,
never made a measurement. Didn't even
Get him to
get
mute him.
to say it.
15 attempts
Baller.
of him just conceding that which has been defined because it fundamentally undermines his argument. If you're listening to this, you'll go, holy crap. He literally can't just agree. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, because it undermines his argument fundamentally. Yeah. That's why he's going to keep saying, oh, you flat earthers, it just shows how you don't. That's his reply. It's defined. It's with respect to sea level, Bev. I'm not flat, you say it isn't. Yeah, that makes you really stupid.
So it's okay. I just came up with something. Hear me out. So first off, is it nighttime? I'm a flatter, by the way. When it's nighttime, like in, say, Asia, because I'm in America, I'm in
we
Florida.
sent this guy
When it's
in to
nighttime in
help him
Asia
out.
and it's morning for me, is the moon always going to be like when it's nighttime in China? The moon should be over by China, right?
Isn't it in the almanac where the moon will be?
Necessarily, if it's
Say again.
All tracked, right? Moon is also in the ephemeris, is it not? Unless I'm mistaken. Sun, moon. We're using these things for time.
The moon has a GP just like every other celestial. Yeah.
Right.
But the moon, as you're aware, see the moon during the day. The positioning of the moon isn't necessarily translational to the time of day. We can have the moon.
And this is where we got into the scripted narrative of 24/7. They obviously sent a guy in to help him out to talk about the moon. Lights in the sky. There's no more of this. And that's the end of that sort of stuff.
Ah, terrible modding. So mods are just terrible.
Yeah. So I went in there to tell Nathan Oakley that we were going over Modus Tollens to give him his right of reply for us going over this Modus Tollens. And you heard what he said. You heard him go over the fallacious conclusion, and you've heard him and his rebuttal. His understanding to tell people that we shouldn't go over it.
Yes, and changing P statement. And he doesn't realize that in order to do that, you have to change also Q statement. Because otherwise this conditional statement is completely nonsensical. For example, if the Earth is a sphere, then we have this horizon measurement in longer, that's or whatever it is, this Q statement. It doesn't matter because the Q statement refers to radius. So if in P there is no radius, so what's the point of writing something about derivation from radius in Q statement? This is just nonsensical. He doesn't understand, really. Very poor logic. And he had time to learn logic, really, Nathan Oakley, and he didn't. He haven't learned yet.
Well, that's been 4 years the Modus Tollens has been out. And they like to talk about fallacious arguments, don't they? The fallacies that they
yes,
spot
of
in
course,
others, but they can't even see this one. Glaring.
Especially QE. Yeah. This fallacy, generalization fallacy, stereotype fallacy, whatever fallacy, every
fallacy,
everywhere. Yeah.
They're always spotting these fallacies, but they're just words. They mean nothing, obviously,
but they are black
because they can't see their own fallacies.
Yeah,
that they've made within they've only made one argument. There is literally only one argument that has ever come out of the flat Earth, and it's this fallacious one that QE came up with. It's a joke. And it's no surprise that flat earthers are seen as a joke, because the most vocal figures of flat earth are people like Nathan Oakley and QE. Now, I'm particularly bothered, but I mean, if there are any unsuspecting people that just arrive into this arena, then there's some horrific stories of what happens to you when you are brought into this arena. I consider myself as putting myself there to show people what happens. I initially came in here for my son, you know, to let him know, or to help him to know what to expect, because this sort of stuff will occur in reality, right? Nathan Oakley talks to people in reality. Now, what happens if one of those people happen to tell him that, you know, they actually measure the earth to be not flat? What sort of a reaction is he going to have? Perhaps he might consider you below him, right? A young boy, a child, little boy, like he says. What sort of actions are going to occur from Nathan Oakley? He might be offended at you saying that. It might turn out to be like Fight the Flat Earth. I mean, Fight the Flat Earth has anger issues. Do you reckon Nathan Oakley might have anger issues with people telling him truthful facts about reality? Who knows?
It is a plausible proposition.
It happened with Fight the Flat Earth, right? Nobody put him in check. Nobody said, you know, you can't say that sort of thing, Nathan. It doesn't make any sense. No, they want Nathan Oakley out there, pretty determined. Now, I need to save people from this sort of stuff. Because there may be most people within this arena could very well be entirely scripted. There's not that many people in it. They need to have some sort of a presence, don't they? If you've got a ridiculous model that's built entirely on contradictions, you can't talk about that. What you need is an opposition you can point at and say, look how ridiculous those guys are. Then you don't need to even consider the contradictions or whatever that have already been placed upon you for the other model, the globe, right?
Yes, that's called controlled opposition.
Yeah.
And controlled opposition is always created. So it is not a spontaneous thing. Absolutely. It is just established controlled opposition.
And if you were to have a controlled opposition, that controlled opposition would be told that they were above censorship. Right? They can literally have free reign to do whatever you want.
Yeah, because it is needed. So if they are realizing script to look like idiots, so they are an easy target for globbers. And I would say even that globbers don't need to address their stupid claims anymore, because they just look stupid for average people. So globbers don't need to do anything against the flat earthers, because flat earth would look ridiculous only because of behavior of people like Nathan Oakley and QE. So people, let's say, are watching Nathan Oakley and QE, and they would say that this is just stupid, what they say. So globbers don't need to do anything in that case, because people would come to conclusion, okay, this flat earth is so stupid that I would rather go to globe side because it is less stupid. That's it.
You don't want to be on team flat earth, do you? Definitely team flat earth debate. I mean, you never know, right? They might enjoy just bashing people.
No, I'm
right?
Team Rob.
Maybe that's what I could do. I could put myself up to ask these people the questions, so you don't have to ask them yourself. If you do have any questions for these people that you don't want to be shouted at and ridiculed or whatever, then send them over and we'll try to do that. But I think I'm not going to be reacting with people like Nathan Oakley. I'm after actual proper conversations. I think there's plenty of conversations with logicians and mathematicians that can obviously be had. There's not much point really talking to Nathan Oakley if he doesn't know what sea level is, the difference between sea level and mean sea level, or how elevations are measured, whether something's flat or it's not flat, the difference between those sort of things. I mean, they do seem a little bit simple, and for Nathan Oakley to have this sort of a reaction along with his team of acolytes, QE and Brian's logic, obviously no logic between them. Like they don't even know how to formulate an argument. It's pretty sad. And I don't think there's not much more benefit to get out of him. I think we've had our time conversing with these people, but there might be a few things that we need to do. You never know. Might be a few.
I wouldn't say that this is conversation, because I can compare this to my, let's say, first steps back in 2016. So I went few times, I think, to Red's rhetoric. I call it troll scale. But I have to admit that the way they treated me was more fair than they are treating you on this server, for example.
Well, you see, I've never talked to Witsit, and from Elder Bear has been talking on Telegram to those guys, and he's been banned. So, I mean, it depends what the conversations are. Maybe. If you want to talk about reality, I think there's a lot of people who dislike what we do here because, living with logic seems to be troubling to people living in modern day society. Extremely so.
Okay, guys, I have to go off to bed.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Early in the morning. Good night.
No, it is. It's 1:30. We've been going 5.5 hours. A show that shouldn't have happened. And I'm glad if, I hope we didn't offend any Nathan Oakleyites or, supporters of Nathan Oakley. Hopefully those of us that know the argument also now know that, I don't know. I don't think any of us have changed our opinion. I think I knew all of this all along. So, thank you very much for watching. We got let's go. I'm going to end up with the same one. Nathan Oakley and the Black Swan. I made this a few weeks ago for when Nathan Oakley went over to 24/7 the first time and had his own private little room over there. This is the Black Swan. This is Nathan Oakley and QE showing how they still do the fallacious Modus Tollens. He's fooled the flat earthers for years over this sort of stuff. It's about time we go and ask some flat earthers now. Were they fooled? Did they take it on? Did they believe that Nathan Oakley was their friend? Maybe QE. Who knows? Thanks for watching, and we will be back Monday, maybe over the weekend. I don't know. Things are going to start changing soon, though. See you later.
Community, please allow me to introduce to you the one you've known for all these years. You're Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Black Plague.
The Black Swan. Karl Popper originated it. The idea that if you assert that all swans are white, you only need to show one black swan to debunk that as a claim. Now, in the case of our
Black Swan. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P.
we showed that where you would assert way called Earth curve, we can show that the hill that's supposed to be in the way of a set of oil rigs
not Q
isn't in the way of it. It's behind it. It's behind it.
Not Q, therefore not P.
Hill in the way called Earth curve.
Not Q, therefore not P. Therefore not P. Not P.
So based on that premise, demonstrated in the image we call
Black Swan,
we form a logical consistency argument.
Modus Tollens. Holy shnikes, this is gonna leave a mark.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles,
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P,
then every distance to horizon measurement,
then any horizon
as made by
distance
each
measurement
one of
must
those
be
could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of
Must
the
be
observer's height. in
no
feet.
more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height.
As laid down
Here.
in the begging
Then
the
any
question,
horizon
proof of
distance
nothing,
measurement must
perspective
be
hijacking Earth curve calculation. Then every
you would
distance
use
to
to make
horizon
that claim.
measurement. Meanwhile, in the Black Swan image, the horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
Not Q,
Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve.
not Q,
The horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
not Q,
Then every distance to horizon measurement.
not Q. Why? Because the horizon distance was greater than
The horizon's
9.41
behind
miles.
the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
Not Q,
Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve edge horizon in the form of,
not Q, therefore not P.
and the Earth is not a sphere.
Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere.
Earth has no Earth curve edge horizon in the form of,
Therefore not P.
and the Earth is not a sphere.
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P. Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles,
Therefore not P.
and the Earth is not a sphere.
Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere.
The Black Swan.
If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P.
Because that's what physical bridges that obscure fire hydrants do. Yeah, they don't do that. Demonstrably not blowing up to vast times bigger than you'd have to have. Yeah, they don't do that. 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 Yeah, they don't do that.
Here is the final kill shot.
You only need to show one black swan to debunk that as a claim.
So that's debunked.
Then every distance to horizon measurement.
So that's debunked.
Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve.
So that's debunked. Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. So that's debunked.
Because physical hills don't do that. And if you're saying there's a physical hill blocking boats and buildings, we debunk